Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running low. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running low. Keep running
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Risen Open Dominate. You saw the semifinals last week, and if you didn't, you missed one heck of a show, but you're going to get one tonight as myself, Dia, as well as Danielson, who I believe is on this side of me right over here, are going to be guiding you through.
Oh yeah, definitely. We got quite a matchup tonight, don't we, Dia?
Yeah, we really do. I've been really excited for this ever since I saw the semifinals. And honestly, looking just
Uh,
at the stats from last week, PBM seemed like they're not here to sort of lay down in front of Plumbers Union either. This should be a fight.
Ooh, yeah, definitely. We have some very exciting matchups in the lanes too. Already we've been talking about how some of these guys have really different play styles. We've been talking about how these teams like to play around their jungler versus how the junglers like to play around the lanes. We've been talking about all these different factors that we're going to have to consider both in the draft and how the game is going to really progress throughout this one.
Absolutely, and I think that what you bring up there is a great point as we do move into the pro draft, which is coming up right about now. Is that we expect this to be a jungle centered game, not necessarily a jungle centered draft though. We see a lot of utility from both of these guys, maybe a little bit less from the jungler of PBM there. Lee Sinners, obviously, he's got a favorite champion.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. And we are actually already into the draft. Sorry to cut you off a bit there, but we're already seeing a lot of bans, particularly in the mid lane. LeBlanc and Silas, followed up by Leona there, Cassio, Samira, as well as a third ban coming soon. Lucian is going to be another mid lane ban, played in the IDC spot too. But Ornn is going to be the first pick right here. We saw some interesting Silas play in the past few games, didn't we? Is that correct?
Absolutely. Plumbers Union, PhD in the mid lane was looking monstrous on the Silas. It's a super heads up ban. And honestly, I think same for Plumbers Union there, doing their research, taking away things like the Lucian, but you can't take away everything. And that Ornn, the holy grail of tanks, goes over to the holy grail of tanks player, Holy Spartan.
Oh yeah, definitely. He does like his tanks right there. I was looking at some of this guy's win rates, and his highest, actually, I think about a 60% win rate there, is on that Malphite. Pretty interesting champion in the top lane. You can't pick it in every team comp, so it's got to say, this guy knows what he's doing on these tanks right here. We have a few more picks coming out pretty rapidly, actually. We had the Echo pick up there for Plumbers Union, followed up by the Graves pick right there with Orianna, assuming in the mid lane as well. This has already seemed like a very, very good comp for getting some priority in the lanes and allowing Graves to fight at those scuttlecrafts, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely, and I think that this alludes even more towards what you had mentioned, that PBM are very much a team that enables their jungler. Plumbers Union are playing a little bit more old style here. They have a jungler that enables their laners, and having him on something, what looks like to be the Echo here, might not be exactly the style that we've seen from them in the past. I wonder if it'll work out here in the finals.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not too big of a fan of the Echo blind pick actually there in the jungle. I would hope they might flex it into the mid lane because I think the matchup against the Orianna would be much better than against the Graves. I think the Graves, he has a lot more power to work with early. When you're playing someone like the Echo who hopes to snowball a lead, maybe off of an easy, cheesy gank, craft, is definitely not going to have too easy of a time there against the Graves, especially against someone like the Ornn, who he has a dash to get away. Orianna has the shield to keep her safe. She's also ranged, doesn't have to walk up too far. It just doesn't look like too good of an Echo game, you know?
Yeah, and there's a little bit of dyssynergy in the composition as well. Lulu, very traditionally paired with things like hyper carries, this time is going to be put on a team where I don't really see a true carry or maybe true attack damage carry picked up yet. Misfortune not really benefiting as much from Lulu as people like Jinx, Aphelios, Twitch.
I completely agree. I completely agree right there. Misfortune is generally a champion where she values a little bit more engage, that we saw the Leona band out, but it's probably one of the best champions for pairing with her. You get all that lockdown CC. She's able to get a fat channel there of the ultimate. I've been seeing pick up people in terms of lockdown, picking the, blanking on her name, the Lilia. There it is. She has a lot of lockdown with that ultimate because Misfortune's ultimate is technically considered damage over time, not a single target. It does not proc that sleep. Very interesting interaction, but she is going to be laning against the Caitlyn Karma there in the bot lane. Very, very strong bot lane pickup right there. It looks like these guys actually, they planned out their draft. They picked top jungle mid ADC support right there. You don't see that too often.
We could have just not even done pro draft and just gone with this. The fact, though, is that with the Caitlyn Karma that I'm surprised have fallen through this far, PBM are also playing towards another one of their strengths, and I feel like they've really gotten everything they wanted in this draft. They got a strong bot lane, they got a pushing mid lane, they got a pushing top lane, and that means that Graves is going to be totally free to roam around.
Ooh.
Pike looks like it's the last lock in here.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm actually. This is a very interesting pickup right here
Is
because what
this,
it
is
means
this
is that
real?
yeah, we're probably gonna be seeing the Lulu top right there. I know some AD carries or some top laners have been playing it there in the top lane. I'm pretty sure Sneaky played it on stream a while ago. But yeah, it's actually extremely strong. It did actually receive a slight nerf recently, or has a nerf planned or something. But when you're laning against someone like the Ornn, you are gonna have full control of that lane. Season 5 and 6 players know what a fear Lulu in lane can be. She has a ton of damage. She has a ton to chase you down, and it's just a complete terror if you get rolling.
And I think that that is another thing that we should start setting up as well, is that Plumbers Union are a team that wants to get rolling, wants to start that early snowball. It starts all the way with the Echo, and it really has continued through the draft, finally, I want to say, culminating in that Pike pick.
Yeah, definitely. And I gotta say, I wouldn't call it the strongest team comp, but they certainly are flexing over here. Technically, we do not know who is going to be in the support position right now. We're seeing that it's going to be Lulu in the top lane right there.
Yeah.
But it could be the Pike in the mid lane. That could pair up very, very well with the Echo. He has a lot of engage. He has a lot of to really lock down that Orianna, chance to get him into melee range, get those auto attacks down. Or it could be the Vel'Koz. That's a fairly decent lane actually into the Orianna. People forget that Orianna is a control mage with not too long of a range. That's why picks like Lux mid, Xerath mid, or the Vel'Koz, or a Ziggs even could be very, very good as artillery mages into that. Just outrange them. Don't get hit by the ultimate if they use it at full distance. And you're just going to be able to damage them so much there in the lane and in team fights.
Yeah, and PhD in mid lane is a very, very good Vel'Koz. Saw it last week, of course, and Orianna is going to be a pick that's hard to punish. This is really going to be where I think that we're going to see a lot of testing from Plumbers Union, because we talked about the differentiating styles of the junglers. Top lane into a top Lulu is not exactly the place that you're thinking of ganking first. It's more around this mid lane right now, and Orianna is going to prove to be difficult should they try and abuse that lane. She's a very good neutralizing mid laner.
Yeah, I completely agree. If you're playing a jungler like the Echo or like an Evelyn, even, who really depends on getting. Oh, we are seeing the Veigar picked up. I think this might be a mistake. Might have to remake. Yep. Unfortunate right there. Maybe someone didn't own Karma, but either way, we know where people are going to happen. We know what's going to happen. PBM here, definitely living up to his name. Please, what was the team's name? PBM, please ban. I'm blanking. I looked this up earlier, but I don't even remember it right now. Do you remember it?
Please ban? No.
Please replace.
It was to replace their support PBM.
There it is.
Replace PBM is the team.
Replace PBM. Hey, I guess they might be living up to that one right there. If not giving himself too good of an argument, but as my points earlier, as I was saying, when you're going for a carry-oriented AP style jungler like Evelyn or like the Echo, you want an AD mid laner to match up that damage with, because you're probably going to be ganking either the mid lane or the top lane, most likely the mid lane, because you have more avenues there. And if you have an AD mid laner, they're going to take 80 runes, so you're going to be doing more damage there as a magic damage jungler, just making things a lot easier for you rather than having to get through that additional 8 magic resist. Maybe they go for something like the Merc Treads early. Oof, I would not like that if I was Echo. But hey, either way, it is going to be a skill matchup right there. It's a difficult champion to pilot, but I think Esports Demos is the guy to do it, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. And I think that there's no better time to try it out than in the first game of the series. Like we say, a little bit of a departure from style, but Plumbers Union, if they open with this, if you open with a departure from the style that has gotten you all the way through the quarterfinals to finally be able to contest one of the top seeds, I think that you're feeling good. If you can walk away with the win here, there's just so much more of a world that opens up to you. So trying a little bit of something when they've still got ground to give is going to be really good. And that's not saying they're forfeiting the game in any way either. Plumbers Union are clearly here to play. And Lulu top, I've heard, is a pretty big nightmare.
Yeah. I was just talking about it earlier, but it has ranged top laners in general. It has a
Yeah.
lot of harass, has a lot of tools to really bully down champions. Fortunately, Ornn is a champion that he has a lot of different build paths. He can go that catalyst into the full magic resist item. He's going to have very, very good scaling. So even if his early game doesn't go too well, he should be fine the later the game goes on, as Ornn usually is. But, we are looking at these team comps right here. And I got to say, I definitely favor PBMs a little bit more. We were talking about this, but they have a lot of standard tools to work with. Their comp, very good scaling, very good team fighting right there, a good mix of damage, and just a lot of irregularities is raising some eyebrows over here for the Plumbers Union. I think they have a lot of interesting tools to work with, but I like a more cohesive sort of draft, a little less irregular. You know what
Absolutely, I totally understand. And Plumbers Union have walked away with the more traditional team fight oriented comp. Normally, when we look at drafts like this, I'm looking at the other side, in this case, Plumbers Union, and going, well, do you have better side lane? And I don't see that out of Plumbers Union. The only real thing that I see as the differentiator between these two teams is the pick here. And Plumbers Union, as we load into this game, I want to see them controlling vision in the mid game so they can get these picks, because you're right. Otherwise, their team does just get outclassed.
I completely agree here. And we are getting to the spectator delay right here. So any other final thoughts you're going to have, Dia, before we get into this?
No, I'm ready to see these teams go at it. We were talking about it before, and I'm still super hyped. So let's get into the finals. It's the Risen Open Dominate finals tonight. First game of the best of 5. We'll see you on Summoner's Rift.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere, I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no, hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no, keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift, ladies and gentlemen. It's the first time we'll be seeing it tonight, but it will not be the last as Plumbers Union and PBM take to the Rift here. I'm still Dia. I'm still joined by Danielson, but I've stopped sitting on a yoga ball because I'm stood up for this series.
Yeah, we were getting on him at the break over there, bouncing over here, looking like Tigger, my favorite Winnie the Pooh character. Anyway, we are getting into this game right here. We're seeing some business around this top side, but we don't really have particularly strong level ones in many characters, except for the Pike, who, if they were looking for an invade, they probably should be looking to play around. Probably just trying to get some vision around this bot side. Yeah, just getting the fairly standard River Bush Ward. You love to see it. You love to see it. How you doing today?
I'm doing well. I got my cacao tea. We were talking about our respective drinks. I know you've got your prized League of Legends brand Red Bull over there.
Yeah, I've got my League of Legends flavored Red Bull. If you didn't see that at all, a lot of stores are selling the for Worlds, they have like the Red Bull sponsorship. So they got like the either Alistair or Yasuo on the cans. I was looking for the Yasuos, but I could only find an Alistair over there. It's looking like Conqueror Alistair. I forget what the skin's name is, but he's looking pretty cool up in there. Anyway, let's get into some of these choices in the keystones right there. Over the side of Plumbers Union, we have fairly standard stuff. The only thing I would raise an eyebrow is the aftershock there on the Pike. But in this kind of a lane, having all kinds of survivability is really what's going to help you in these all-ins, especially against someone like a Karma right there who has very, very strong laning. The one thing I also see on the side of PBM is the lethal tempo on the Caitlyn. Not a very common choice for Caitlyn. I mean, it does help her DPS there in later stages of the game, but usually you're kind of just autoing someone once, to get a lot of damage out. You build the rapid fire cannon, you build the other item that gives you crit and attack damage and attack speed, and you really just pop them with the headshot crit for 1,000,000 damage. Fairly standard in the top lane there. I really like the unsealed spellbook on the Ornn, and the range matchup, having something like the Ignite or the Exhaust is very, very good.
Yeah, being able to have that kill threat is, like you talk about, in the bot lane here that we're already seeing pushing in. That might be why you take the lethal tempo, actually, now that I think about it. And as I say those words, maybe, with the auto, you get the extra attack speed, and that's really the theory behind this Caitlyn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can actually proc it from your Q doing damage, too. I don't think it's just the auto attacks, but hey, you have the attack range. You can basically proc whenever you want, especially when you have a melee support there in 4,000 IQ. I'm definitely going to be watching this guy right here, looking for some good engages. MF is definitely a champion where she doesn't trade very well. She has a lot of tools. Usually she throws some stuff at you, runs away. She does have press the attack here, so we might be looking for that. I'm just so excited to see how these guys are playing the lane.
Yeah, Lee Sinners is going to be looking for something himself, though Pike's pretty slippery, so you're not going to find much here. And it's going to be hard to gank a lot of lanes for Lee Sinners. PhD in mid lane is really, I want to say, the focus of this game for both junglers.
Yeah, I guess so. He did go for that teleport right there. Usually on a lot of artillery mages, you go for something like the barrier, especially helping against someone like the Graves who does have a lot of gank potential. Ooh, strong all in here from Ornn.
Yeah, very nicely done with the knock-up there. Manages to trade back all of the damage that Lulu has managed to build up over time and equalize it in one trade, which is going to feel pretty bad, and I think that's going to be generally the story here. Lulu, not a great matchup into Ornn.
Yeah, definitely. Being able to watch out for those Q's Pyre procs is going to be very, very important there for Bush in that top lane. He's probably going to be able to continue this advantage here in CS. Shove it into tower is sometimes the play when you're in the ranged matchup. It will definitely give him a lot of priority there for that Echo, which, he's not really playing off the top side, so it does seem kind of interesting. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it looks like PhD mid lane is going for a back. Does he have enough for Catalyst?
He might have enough for tier at this point in the game. We'll see what he picks up, and yeah, it will just be the tier. There is 4,000 IQ. Nice stun onto PBM there. Another nice trade.
Yeah, definitely. Really, really great stuff right there. And another nice trade in the top lane. Lulu, a little bit late with these shields. Ooh, but we have an all-in. Was that a flash blown?
Yeah, that's a big all-in in the bot side. Does drop the Ignite onto Grant, but gets out the flash of the AD carry here. The Caitlyn gonna be a lot less safe now, and Echo, unfortunately, did just clear the bot side of the map, but I'd like to see if they can make something of it.
Definitely. When you're playing a champion like the Echo, again, I said the goal is to snowball on that kind of champion. You know, it's not just like Graves where you have a very efficient clear, just keep doing camps, take every scuttle in the game, maybe look for a dragon or a Rift Herald or two. You need to be getting kills here on that Echo. That's why you go the Dark Harvest proc, so you can get that damage, get yourself snowballing, and it does not look too good for Esports Demos. Have we seen him go for a gank yet?
No, not just yet. We haven't really seen anybody show up in the lane outside of Lee Sinner's given a few early autos there, and we'll see if the junglers start to meet up soon, because if they keep farming, like you say, Graves is feeling nice.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree. You can't really see it in the CS just yet, but Graves has a very, very strong clear. You know, he just does camp so quickly, you know, especially after those first few packs. He did go for the Skirmisher Saber and Boots, which I do like particularly. Maybe going for the Longsword instead of Boots. There's a lot of different schools of thoughts on it. By the way, he is feeling large and in charge. He can basically 1v1 the Echo anytime he wants. He's such a strong champion, that 1v1.
Yeah, and Echo's strength is really going to be in that slipperiness, and like you talk about the ability to snowball, get in and out with damage. Right now, no real damage being done. If we actually checked Echo's damage to champion, it would be literally 0 right now. And we've got really until what I want to call the level 6 or 7 mark before that really starts to become a problem. But if you convert it into early objectives, like it seems like Plumbers Union are doing, maybe you can forgive some of that.
Yeah, they are going for the dragon right now, and there's no real response here from PBM. Graves just walked up to the Lulu. It was warded, and he killed the ward and got some autos on the Lulu. Not much to be said there. Hopefully, he can trade a camp or two in that top side. Maybe a red buff?
He's going to be able to get the Raptors right now. Red buff still on the spawn here. His 4,000 IQ walks in to help PhD in mid lane. He doesn't know Lee Sinners this year, but still the flash out of Orianna.
Yeah, I gotta say, Orianna, she should have been able to see that Pike was there from his proc on his W, but I guess she just walked up anyway. Did have to flash to get away from that Q. She did have 6, so there was the threat of the all in there. No 6 available there on the Pike, but there is the level 7 now on that PhD in mid lane. I gotta say, people underestimate the amount of damage that a good channeled Vel'Koz ultimate does. You know, you land a Q, maybe the first half of the W, they're basically there, dear. Ooh, big all in here.
It's going to be the ultimate out of Orianna this time, but that means she doesn't have it to interrupt Vel'Koz ultimate. The only CC that she's got, or I want to say hard CC that she's got, now expended. Like you're talking about, PhD in mid lane is looking scarier.
I completely agree. I was just about to talk about it, but yeah, PhD in mid lane on the Vel'Koz. You know, you hit 1 Q, maybe a W on there. You basically got your passive already channeled. That ultimate is going to be doing huge amounts of damage in the 1v1. I think, like, if you have your passive, it can deal, like, maybe 80% of Orianna's health. That seems a little bit much, but honestly, it's just an insane amount of damage. They do both have tiers right now, so they are saying that they're going to be going for the scaling. I'm not too sure about the tier pickup, though. I generally like, all in here bot lane.
Yeah, I do like all-ins in bot lane for sure, and Grant not going to be liking his as much. No level 6 on 4,000 IQ, though, is massive. He could have gotten that kill there, but flashes forward for the hook. Now finds Lee Sinners as well. Perky the Parrot gets first blood, and the proactivity pays off for Plumbers Union.
Oh, man, I have loved seeing 4,000 IQ in this game. He has been very, very active in the lane, zoning a ton with that hook, and going for a very aggressive all-in right there, flashing into 3 members of the enemy team to get that last auto 0-channel Q off. And that, again, with the flash auto from the Misfortune, it's going to mean first blood. It's going to mean Misfortune is going to be large and in charge in this game. And what kind of seemed like a Caitlyn-favored matchup in this lane.
Yeah, and it's really off the back of her losing her flash as well. Having that much more safety would have kept her alive in this situation, but 4,000 IQ, he gets the ignite all the way back up and is able to run the play again before that flash comes up for Grant. Now, both carries flashless at the moment, quality player without a teleport, and PBM are going to struggle to strike back.
I completely agree. We do have another dragon spawning here in about 2 minutes, so they should start playing there for that vision. He did just go for that scuttle crab around the dragon. Usually you want to wait until about 1 minute before the dragon spawns, before you go for that scuttle crab. It is going to run out in that time, so they won't have that tool to be working with right there. But hey, pinks definitely last a while, so we should be looking at here in the next few minutes. Usually it's the team with a slightly stronger early game that can easily get those first 2 dragons, but it is the team that's going to be going for the all-in there bot lane. Sorry, thought we were going to lead into something there.
And that's the fake out of the pipe,
Yeah.
right? Being able to channel
Yeah.
hooks, because if he lands one, it's death instantly. And he's going for it right now. Doesn't land the hook, though. 4,000 IQ, needs to back off. Does have the mobility of the W, but Grant falls quite low. PBM forced to flash away from Perky to parry. Grant still has flash, though. Finally channels it away. Gets the kill back on 4,000 IQ. And Perky to parry's the one that needs to run. Now Ace in the hole. Gets him a double kill, but Demos is running down. Wants to be able to try and salvage something here. Parallel convergence to zone PBM off isn't doing it for me, and PhD in middle lane is spotted as well. Demos is getting collapsed on by Lee Sinners here, and Holy Spartan has the ultimate if they want to commit. Quality player has his ultimate available as well, and PhD in mid lane flashes away from the collateral damage, still gets taken down as Holy Spartan flashes to follow him up, take him down. And Esports Demos, the last one left alive. Bush at 9-11, he's all the way in the top lane, he's not doing anything.
Yeah, great set of teleports and roams to bring that advantage over there to PBM. But I gotta say, Esports, that seems kind of sus, honestly. Like, Karma was at like 1 HP under tower. You have your E, you had your flash available. Why did you go for the Caitlyn who's full health? Why not just pick up that gold right there? You will be getting that kick right there, though.
She doesn't have flash available anymore, I guess. So once again, Demos will just walk in. And that's going to be the story of the carries, it seems, with so much assassination.
Yeah, I guess he really just wanted that 150 gold shutdown. It just seems a little bit weird to me, but hey, I can't see into the player's mind right here. We are seeing some items finished up right here. Both mid laners do have the components there of their Seraphs. We are seeing Karma is a very strong champion in that early game. Definitely going to get trade-off.
Quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, I completely agree. Karma, base damages, two things going hand in hand right here. But speaking of things going hand in hand, we are seeing the builds coming out for the AD carries. We do have what looks like the Infinity Edge and Berserker Greaves coming out there from that Caitlyn. Going for Infinity Edge, kind of unstandard. You know, sometimes you see people going for that third item after they get their crit item and a rapid fire cannon, whereas we have the Essence Reaver there for that Misfortune. Going to give her a lot of CDR. You love to see it, and you love seeing another dragon coming out here from the PU. That's really good.
And yet another thing that I'm excited about is the Infernal Drake, because we talked about how explosive this game is. Already so much control here for Plumbers Union. If they get an Infernal Soul, the assassination goes through the roof here. Lee Sinners takes the full Vel'Koz ultimate, does end up having to flash away though, and 4,000 IQ gets denied again.
Yeah, it happened in the bot lane earlier where he got flashed out of his ultimate right there, but Echo's going on the all-in.
Quality player is falling a little bit low here. No ultimate from Vel'Koz, though, means no follow-up, and 4,000 IQ going to be limping his way out of there.
I didn't actually think that the Ori wanted to have that ultimate and flash up again so quick. That could have sworn she used it there in that fight bot lane, but hey, you love to see it the other way. We do have the Essence Reaver finished up there from that Misfortune. Going to be giving her a little bit of early power right there, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, that's a big power spike. To be able to complete your item first into Caitlyn is not usual.
Completely agree. Completely agree right here. I think Caitlyn is sitting on a bit of gold right there, so she should have enough for her Infinity Edge fairly soon. Just hasn't been able to shop yet. You know, been shoving those lanes, trying to catch up and see us a little bit. You love to see it here. But meanwhile, in the top lane, we do have the Abyssal Mask finished with the Ornn. And I didn't talk about this earlier, but we saw Boots of Swiftness coming out first there from that Lulu. Now, that's an interesting pickup right there. When you are playing the ranged top laner right there, maybe someone like Gnar or Teemo, having enough move speed to outrun the all-in potential from the melee champion is extremely important. I'm not entirely sure if this was really the pickup here more so than any other kind of boots. I don't know all the math right there, Colorcaster, by the way. But hey, you love to see it anyway. One other thing that's really interesting is that build. Chalice of Harmony means we're going to be seeing Athene's built there for that champion. I mean, we're not going to see any kind of Luden's Echo or attack speed. Friggin' Lulu, you know, some wild stuff that you see in solo queues sometimes. We're going to see a support Lulu helping out that Echo, helping out that Misfortune, really getting those damage buffs in.
And when you go for the support solo laner, it really is, like you say, the Athenes that completes the cake there. PhD in mid lane, gonna get a blue buff to continue shoving in his own lane, and is doing rather well, despite having died once, doing Vel'Koz things for now, and I'd like to see him be able to pull out the protractor and get a few more kills under his belt with the ult with the Qs.
Yeah, he has a PhD in mid lane, but whether or not he has a PhD in geometry has yet to be seen. I've seen a few impressive Qs so far, but nothing to write home about just yet. Ooh, fight here in the mid lane, getting a big chunk on equality.
That's the thing. I keep seeing these traits from him, but if you look at the scoreline, he's still 0-1. There's been no actual payoff just yet for this guy, and I'd like to see PhD in mid lane be able to capitalize on what is clearly prowess with the champion. Seems like PBM looking to capitalize elsewhere, though, as they move towards the bot side.
Yeah, they have Graves zoning in right there. I don't think they have vision of him just yet. No try-ward. Ooh, big ultimate there. Not ultimate, but big E there from the Vel'Koz.
Yeah, that probably saved him about half of his health bar there, because we talked about the base damages from Karma, but we haven't seen the base damage from Ornn yet. Demos is in the bot side. They don't know Lee Sinners is here. Double stun. Gonna come up from 4,000 IQ. There's the shutdown there with the Pike ultimate. Lee Sinners gets taken down as well. Grant is hammed in with nowhere to go, and Perky the Parrot grabs the double kill in the bot side. 4,000 IQ is the only one that goes down, and Plumbers Union with the clean plays.
Yeah, we saw it earlier from Holy Spartan getting that teleport into the bot lane, but Bush did 911, just barely eking out those cooldowns right there. Did have his teleport available where Ornn did not. What it's going to ultimately mean is a few kills going the way of his bot lane and first tower gold. Very, very good for Misfortune here. A lot of power on that champion.
Yeah, and it's a very nice bullying champion as well. Pairs very well with the bursty nature of Plumbers Union, with the 3-tap, with the press, the attack now, and having that power spike available just as we come up on this next dragon is huge.
I completely agree. I completely agree. Third dragon of the game. Usually you give up the first two fairly easily. It's the team who has the slightly weaker early game who has to give them. We saw it earlier when Olaf was in the meta, how basically you pick Olaf, you get the first 2 drakes free just because of how strong early game that champion is. But now here we are, we're at the 3rd drake. We should really start seeing some fights right here. If we do get that picked up here by Plumbers Union, it will be massive. You know, getting that dragon soul point is so important for setting up for the Barons here in the next few minutes. You know, it forces the enemy team to sort of pick which one they want to contest. You know, you can either take the dragon or you can fight the enemy team at the Baron, or they can switch around and take the dragon themselves. Either way, both of these teams really want the dragon. Let's see how this goes down.
It's certainly going to go down because Lee Sinners doesn't want to give this one up. 4,000 IQ looking for the hook. Here's Perky the Parrot, the one who is walking forward here, trying to take the poke out. The engage comes in from the Ornn Horn. 4,000 IQ forced to flash away. The channel from the bullet time will zone out everybody long enough to take down the Ornn here. 4,000 IQ still looking for the poke. As we looks like this dragon is going to be going down. Lee Sinners can't get his pitches down, has to get away. PhD in mid lane assassinates quality player with the long range Vel'Koz ultimate. The trade back is onto 4,000 IQ, but the dragon ends up going to Plumbers Union.
Yeah, enormous there from PhD in mid lane. Getting a 3-man ultimate or at least a second worth of channel is just an insane amount of damage on that champion. And it's at times like this that I'm really noticing. You know, they use that Misfortune ultimate earlier. Usually that's that one big team fight ultimate you can't look to waste. But they also have the Vel'Koz ultimate in there. That's a second huge AoE damage ultimate that they're going to have to be looking out for on PBM. And what's going to ultimately mean is the dragon going their way, bringing them to Soul Point over here. Infernal Soul, such a strong one in these games.
And it's what you see so frequently, right? When you have things like Vel'Koz Misfortune, is them using the ultimates at the same time. The team fight is always happening at the same time, so you go, this is my opening, and you take it. The fact that PhD in mid lane saves his for later means that they actually get that dragon and a pick as well to start it off. It's a really nicely coordinated play from Plumbers Union, and it's in a game where they've already looked good. We talked about how they support demos, but it's meant that Lee Sinners, who has the Graves here, the early game champion, hasn't been able to do anything with his power.
Yeah, it's at times like this that I kind of have to question, like, what's he really doing on this Graves? Like, what was he able to accomplish in there? Sure, he has about a 20 CS lead there over the Lee Sin, but he's actually getting capped out right now.
I think he's just going to go down here. One more proc of the Echo ultimate, or of the Echo passive will do it. Does get out on the Blast Cone here. The Plumbers Union are on the hunt. I wouldn't mind seeing them go for something a little bit crazy here. Instead, going to back off into the river that they have complete control of, by the way.
I completely agree. I completely agree right there. We do have the Rift Herald, second one of the game, just sitting right there. Maybe with that Graves poked out, they could have looked for this right here, but they're actually looking for the fight, it looks like.
Yeah, Grant is, I want to say, cheesily clearing out vision. That's not what I'm looking for. He's got a lot of gusto, is what I'm trying to say here. 4,000 IQ with a lot of gusto himself, looks for the
bravado.
Hey, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Can we go? Ooh, are we looking for a tower dive right here?
Just might be. It's going to be the zone out as Demos does go under tower, forced to burn the ultimate there, but they get the tower in exchange. That's going to be the second tower falling for PBM. Plumbers Union only losing one.
Yeah, Plumbers Union right there. They do lose that top lane tower, but top lane tower tier 1 is definitely not as strong as mid lane tier 1. Mid lane tier 1 opens up so much of the map right there. Is going to really enable them to look for these kind of all-ins. But they're a little bit far up right there against the Echo.
Yeah, Bush is playing with fire up against the Caitlyn as well. Does manage to get out with his life, and I like the Lulu Vel'Koz as well, because even if you're behind, that combo is going to have wave clear. You saw it right there. Vel'Koz isn't around. Lulu takes care of the wave clear for then. 5-man group in the mid lane, though, might be this mid lane tower going down.
Yeah, definitely. These guys, we look for some backs. We had to send someone into the side lane to clear that top lane wave, and ultimately it's just going to be the macro mistake that ends up trading the mid lane tier 1 right there. I can see that Echo is pinging the Infernal Drake cooldown timer, meaning they will be looking for that, even though it is 21 minutes right now and Baron is on the map. We're going to have to keep both of these locations warded fairly heavily if you don't want to give them up.
Yeah, I wonder if, as PBM, you feel confident going for the Baron, because it's one of those objectives that we see a lot of teams throw at. And if you're already behind and you lose at Baron, you've basically lost the game. They don't have a whole lot of wave clear, unlike Plumbers Union. And I'm a little bit concerned about how they're going to manage this. They managed the mid lane tower pretty well, though. So I've got faith.
Well, a great man once said, you got to have faith, right? And that man was George Michael. But George Michael is not here in this game today. But who is here is this Pyke. He is large and he is in charge. He is everywhere on this map. We saw him in lane, we saw him in the mid lane, and now he's getting that cool vision there around that dragon pit. We talked about this earlier. They could go for the Baron, but they're just going to look for another dragon fight. And already we can see how they're setting up for it so much better on the side of Plumbers Union than we are seeing from Replace PBM. And I'm really liking it. They've got the lead. We've already seen them fight really well. And with these kind of builds, we already have like a full item up there on the Misfortune. This is looking like PU's game.
It really is. I'd like to see them continue to capitalize on this, and with the vision, like you're saying, it seems like they'll be able to. I'd like to see a school campaign like Vision is cool, but for like young league players. That'd be kind of hilarious. Like the don't do drugs, Vision is cool. I saw bracelets like that once. I swear to God, it was Wards Save Lives. I've seen that before.
Yeah, I think they gave those away at like PAX or something. I have the exact same thing that like my college they gave those to at like a LAN party or something. Some weird riot stuff. It's sitting in a box somewhere, but we're seeing a fight right here. A lot of spells coming out.
Yeah, a lot of poke as Lee Sinners goes so low. The engage from Holy Spartan doesn't find anybody just yet. 4,000 IQ already down. Esports Demo's forced to ult away as Perky the Parrot flashes for his life there. Almost gets taken down. The Wild Growth will save him. Demos so low, but that redemption is clutch. And now the Dragon being focused on once again. Lee Sinners is in here, but it's secured by Perky the Parrot. And now it is going to be PBM on the run, specifically PBM as well as the team. Quality player zoning out for the meantime. Perky the Parrot, one more shot, gets the life of the support as well as the AD carry. A double kill for this 7-1 Misfortune. And Plumbers Union, they've got the soul, they have got the rift in their hands.
You love to see it over here. First 4 dragons of the game taken by the Plumbers Union right there. And, you can't take dragons without winning fights, and winning fights they did right there. Getting multiple kills there for their side. We still have 0 deaths there from that Echo thing, even though it looked very, very close there at the beginning. But 7-1 on that Misfortune. This is not how we expect this matchup to go. Usually you eke out some... You eke out the lane right there. Caitlyn should have a pretty easy time setting up for that. And then you look to really get it back there in the team fights. What we saw, Perky the Parrot getting the lane in no small part thanks to 4,000 IQ, and then also having a massive performance here in these team fights. Really props to the spotlight from the side of the Plumbers Union.
And it's a totally different look to what we saw just last week in the semifinals, where Esports Demos was constant ganking. Top was constant ganking. Mid and bot lane succeeded on their own on the island. It seems like they've decided they don't even need top and mid to be snowballing. They can just play through bot while the objectives are secured by Demos on what looks to be a comfort champion, I suppose, is the pick here, because Echo again, no real early snowball here. Now that he's got 4 Drakes, though, he can just pick up Lee Sinners and is going to be taken down. 4,000 IQ, dashes out of there. Thank God for the mobility of Pyke.
Oh, yeah, I gotta say, being able to share that gold with your team really, really does help you snowball right there. This was a snowballing team comp that we saw right there. They had semi-winning lanes, but a lot of power to be working with that there. They're doing so much damage there with that Infernal Soul, by the way. And they were able to do just that. They won the early game. They're snowballing very hard, and look at the gold total right now. They're up 7K, and that lead is only getting bigger.
And it's not often that you see 7K at 25 minutes in a game that really didn't look crazy in the early game. It's mainly been in this mid game that we've seen a huge explosion from Plumbers Union. And like you say, this Infernal Soul is only helping them get further ahead in that regard. I'd like to see them try a little bit of a different angle here, though. They've already got the mid lane tier 2. Could look for the bot one.
Ooh, yeah, they do have that Infernal Soul. They have the Baron buff, and they have a huge ultimate right.
Ooh. There was a genuine moment where I thought Ornn would die, and that scares me.
Yeah, we did have the Karma ultimate right there. Keep him safe and everyone else who was taking damage there from that Vel'Koz. But yeah, like we said, so much true damage there from that Vel'Koz, from his passive. That is the enemy of tanks everywhere. You know, people like to say, oh, Riot hate tanks. Well, Vel'Koz hates him even more. Perky. Oh my god.
That was such a clean pick. It's just the damage from their poke, the misfortune bounces, the ability for Vel'Koz to find his way around, you know, with his poke is so unavoidable. Like, I feel like there's no safe place to stand. With Vel'Koz, you think stand behind your minions. With Misfortune, you're thinking, please don't stand behind your minions, and Lee Sinner just goes down.
Yeah, I completely agree right here. And it's at times like this that I'm, you know, I said I really like the draft every year from PBM, but now I'm really starting to see some of the finer points of it. You know, they really are lacking in terms of frontline right there. You know, you only have the Ornn. Really, when you're going for something like the lethality build there on that Graze, you know, usually if you're going for something more frontline, you see the Black Cleaver into Death's Dance, which it does look like he is building the Death's Dance right there. But Ornn is by himself. He's tanking up for his team. He's really not able to do too much here. They should be looking for the all-ins, but they really can't go for that because of how far behind they are. Just really, really unfortunate stuff. And, you know, looking at it as it is right now, it's hard to see ways back into this game for PBM. They just have so much power they're working with right there. They're so much stronger than the side of PBM. And maybe they can look to fight the next Baron, get a pick, turn that into something, but they really just don't have the comp there for picks, you know?
Yeah, and as much as their composition is nice, it's nice when you're even. And Plumbers Union, as we mentioned, even before getting into the game, is a composition that's built on snowballing. And when that snowball happens, you're going to be walking away with a lot of objectives in your pocket. In this case, a lot of kills in your pocket. And you're taking the game away from PBM right now. PhD in mid lane, he's not even grouped with his team. He's just side lane. You don't see Vel'Koz side lane.
Yeah, and I guess that's mainly just because, you know, you're getting into this game, right? And you're just kind of thinking, you know, we've had kind of a rough time sieging against these guys. You did say how much wave clear we had on the side of the Plumbers Union, but no, I'm looking at some of these champions. We have the Karma, the Caitlyn, we have the Graves, we have the Orianna. These guys can murder waves if they do get a nice setup, and it's not too difficult to do that against these guys. You know, I guess they're just trying to take some gold off the map, get those towers, get themselves a few more advantages before we have this dragon spawning here in 30 seconds. Ooh, big all in, actually.
Nice flash away from Perky the Parrot there. Needs to stay alive. Bush manages to keep him alive, though, as that top lane Lulu is playing up huge. But a great ultimate from PhD in mid lane cleans up too. And Grant, all of a sudden, is the last one left alive. 4,000 IQ gets taken down from the kite back. Caitlyn's not to be trifled with, but Perky the Parrot, when you got 400 health, he's looking to trifle plenty. Gets the auto there and just takes her down. Grant finally falls, and so will the mid lane inhibitor tower.
Yeah, when you're at 4 items on an 80 carry versus like 2 and a dagger there on that Caitlyn, you can do that sort of thing. Kind of a dust teleport there from Bush to 911 there on that Lulu. Went into that bot lane right there. Not entirely sure she needed to do that. They could have easily ended, and that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Yeah, we are going to see the end of the game. We are going to see the convincing victory there from the Plumbers Union. They show us a different face, and my God, it looks handsome.
Yeah, not too characteristic for most plumbers. Usually a larger, more heavier set man. No, there's not too much grooming going on there. But hey, I'm not anti-plumber. I'm only anti-losing right here, and that is exactly what we're seeing here in this game. Huge game over here from Plumbers Union right there. Replace PBM. I like their draft a lot, but boy, being able to go for a certain win condition and then playing it perfectly, and I gotta say, we saw a lot of damage from PhD in mid lane. We saw a lot of damage from Perk the Parrot, but I think it was really 4,000 IQ here on this Pike that really carried them. He's built to snowball. He did a lot for them in lane right there with the hooks. We saw some great roams. Who do you think was MVP of this game one?
Ooh, yeah, I've got to stay with you there. I think 4,000 IQ really pulled it out, and it's not because he turned the game around. It's because he started rolling that little snowball just in the
Oh
beginning,
yeah.
getting double kills on Misfortune, being able to contribute to the bot lane plays, focusing on the dragons along with esports demos, and it was just the small little snowball that ended up turning into an avalanche.
Yeah, I completely agree right there. Looking at the damage charts, boy, we can see Perky the Parrot just coming up absolutely huge there on that Misfortune with the autos, with the press the attack, with those enormous ultimates. And, with your roll on an 80 carry, this is the kind of stuff you can do. A lot of damage too there on PhD and mid lane. But boy, I am looking for a repeat of this in game two. Do you think we're going to see any particular picks banned out?
I don't even think that as PBM you can look to ban away anything specifically, maybe the Pike here, but it was such a composition that we looked at it and we went, this isn't even that big of a problem. You get to mid game, you're even, you're fine. And if I'm PBM, I'm reeling after that game. I don't know what to take away from you. Like I said, maybe the Pike, maybe the explosive potential, but we'll see what their read is on it because I'm not sure myself. We're going to pop into game two really shortly and get a catch up on how PBM have adapted or whether Plumbers Union are just way too strong going into game two. We'll see you in a bit.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere, I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we prep to hit the pro draft here on the desk. I'm still Dia, and I am still joined by Danielson, and we'll see if anything else remains constant, because after that game, you got to shake something up.
I completely agree. I completely agree. We talked about at the end right there, but I'd be surprised, if they lit some of those picks out right there. I talked about the amount of work that bot lane was able to put through, the Pike, the Misfortune, and in a lane where I kind of thought that they would go a little bit more towards the side of Caitlyn Karma. I'm really surprised that they were able to do that stuff, but we are going into the pick bands right here. We're seeing a lot of familiar bands right here. I think these are the exact first four save, actually, right here.
This is exactly the same. Like you say, even the Leona mirroring. And if the last game was any indication, we'll still get the Lucian ban. So, Plumbers, what do you want to go for? You've got the world open to you. Do you go for the Ornn first one more time? Or do you try something different? They take away the Misfortune there. Deciding that was the problem is fine with me. It's fine with me.
Yeah. I mean, I guess so. They're saying, listen, guys, I know you think you're good, but it was really just the fact that you had Misfortune. We'll be taking this time. We should be getting that easy game 2 victory. But hey, they're also going for the Echo and Ashe into Misfortune. Do you play a lot of bot lane, man?
I play a lot of support. So if we lose, it's because my ADC's intact.
I completely agree right there. But I was going to ask about the lane state right there. I think it's a fairly even lane state. I know Ashe has a lot of power there in that lane. I think it's slightly favored there towards that Ashe, but it's like a 60-40 sort of thing, not too heavily favored towards anyone. But I rarely am seeing the Lee Sin pickup right there. I love seeing some Lee Sinners on the Lee Sin, but I also like the Nautilus picked up there for that support position. He has a lot of CC to really counteract, to really work with that Misfortune ultimate right there. But the Pike is coming out again over here from 4,000 IQ. I love it. You don't have a Misfortune ultimate to work with, but hey, you have the Ashe ultimate. Get some easy Qs lander right there. This is looking exciting.
And you've got, what I want to say is a skill matchup ADC-wise, and it's the supports that end up determining that 2 more explosive supports hit the Rift. And now that we've seen the pair of the bot lanes, do you still think, Ashe ends up walking away with this one, or at least in the lane, or is this a shift towards PBM with the tankier Nautilus?
We have 2 non-mobile immobile AD carries and 2 hooking supports, right? I think this, both in the AD carries and the supports, is completely a skill matchup. Purely in an AD carry position, I think it's slightly favored towards the Ashe, but we've already seen 4,000 IQ on this Pike, right? This is just going to be one to watch right here, just as this top lane is going to be right here, as we see the Shen being picked up over here by Bushton 911. He was on the Lulu that last game, and now he's on a different kind of support, going for that tank. Shen is such a strong top laner right now, so much damage on those empowered Qs, but Set is a champion that also has a lot of power in his damage.
Yeah, PBM took their time deciding what they wanted to take into Plumbers Union, and that's because the mid lane counter pick is still available. I wonder what we get here. If we get another long range mage, because Syndra was picked specifically for this. Zed is being hovered right now, and oh my god, we get another different look from Plumbers Union. Stop it, guys!
Oh yeah, I love to see it right there. Syndra is another champion that is kind of a shorter range control mage. He could have gone for something here like the Vel'Koz or like Azira, speaking with a lot of range that can easily poke at that Syndra. But he's saying, no, I'm done playing that pussy shit. I'm going in. I'm picking the Zed. I'm going for solo kills right here in this guy. I love to see it right here. We are halfway towards the ninja bonus in TFT. We've got the Shen. We've got the Zed. We also have a very good damage profile in the jungle matchup. Echo, he has that magic damage. Zed has a lot of burst damage in that. Syndra's probably going for that Zanya's Hourglass first item, so Echo, you better be playing in mid lane, my man.
I was just thinking that we have the Echo, and like you talked about last game, I think that they were listening to that. They heard that you want an AD mid laner, and they went, "Oh my god, Daniel, that is such a great idea. We should run one of those." And they get the Zed. They get a great matchup for the Zed as well into the Syndra here, which is going to be really fun to watch. And I can't help but have my eyes wander over to the Lee Sin as well, because the Echo hasn't changed, but the Lee Sin has. And we saw PBM, and specifically Lee Sinners, on a jungler that should have had autonomy in the early game last time. Lee Sin is another one of those, and you've got to show up if you're doubling down.
I completely agree. Lee Sin, I said, he's kind of similar to Graves. He has a strong early game, right? And he has a lot of power to be working with right there. And now he's going to be laning against the Echo as well. I'd say the main difference right there is that Lee Sin's going to have a lot more playmaking
Mhm.
abilities where, we said that Graves should be looking to farm up a little bit more, maybe go for some invades there against the Echo. Lee Sin, I think he's going to be doing that even more so. He should be going very heavily for the invades, but not going for the camp so much as just to fight the Echo, get the all in, go for some kills, and really snowball it by himself. That sort of a thing right there. He wasn't really able to create a lot of value with that Graves, so now he's looking to create plays with the Lee Sin. You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about, and I'm excited to see it. Last game was the game of base damages, and Lee Sin with that is going to be, like we say, continuing that trend, being able to fight Echo early on in his jungle here. And what I want to say, let's take a look at the rest of the map as well, because obviously jungle matchup is the real different dynamic, but mid lane different dynamic as well. Do you think we maybe see more jungle tension paid to this more volatile matchup?
Yeah, I completely agree right here. With a champion like the Zed, and especially against the Syndra right here. By the way, I think they're dating in the extended lore right here. Not entirely sure how that works. Riot keeps changing it, but something to be considering right there. Yeah, Zed is a melee champion, but he has a lot of dashes. But he also has a very high cooldown there on the W that Lee Sin can look to abuse. Meanwhile, again, if you're Echo, Zed has a lot of burst damage. He has a lot of really great all in, as well as the Echo. And you're playing a champion like the Syndra, who has I think it's a 12, 14-second cooldown on her push away in the early game. I think you definitely have a lot that you can abuse there in that matchup. You can definitely snowball on the Syndra. We've all seen the roaming Zeds as well in solo queue. You're pinging them that they're going to the bot lane. And even though you pinged 8 times, you're getting flamed for not following, and the Zed's getting a double kill. I think this would be a very, very interesting mid lane matchup to watch. Top lane, we didn't talk about that too much right there, but it can really go either way. Set has a lot of tools to be working with, and Shen has a lot of damage. That Set's going to have to be very good at the champion and very creative in how he goes into this matchup if he wants to walk away with it. I think that if they're both very, very good, Set can walk away with the win if Set's better. But if they're both kind of playing a little on the lower tier, Shen should be bringing a little bit more value in this game.
Yeah, and like you say, it's going to be a game of skill expression in, I think, both of the solo lanes is a good way of encapsulating that we'll see of those two where we see the real player differences in the lanes, because it felt like last game we really grouped up around the jungle and the bot lane. This time the game much more about the volatility of the side lanes. I can't actually get over the fact that Zed and Syndra are dating, so I'm going to need to take a few minutes before we hit the rift, and I think this is a perfect time to do it because we're heading into game 2 and Plumbers Union are running at us with a little bit of a new look with a lot more heavy damage potential. PBM, though, they need to turn this around because 2-0 is hard to come back from. We'll see if they can do it once we hit the rift, and I take a little bit of a, oof.
All right. See you back here soon.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear, driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere, I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running low. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running low. Keep running low.
Welcome back to the Rift, ladies and gents, for Game 2. We're hitting the same size of the Rift here with Bush, Demos, PhD in mid lane, Perky the Parrot, and 4000 IQ all on the red side. Plumbers Union stand united.
Oh yeah, you love to see it right here. You love to see it. And I love seeing 4 project skins actually coming out of the Plumbers Union. It's almost just love seeing level 1 invades here with the Nautilus. My man's going in.
Oh yeah, we talked about the early game with the Pike just last game. This time, Nautilus is going to provide you a little bit more at those early levels. And I mean, they got the skin synergy to the Lee Sin and set there with the 2 dragon skins. Oh, it's so beautiful.
I love it. You know, you love to see it right there. We've got a lot of early power to be looking with here, and game 1, basically what we saw is, they picked the Pike, 4000 IQ. They had a very snowbally kind of a team comp, and they were able to just snowball. They outplayed them. They won the early game. And with this kind of a matchup right here, we have a lot of skill matchups across the board. And I see a lot of the similar potential here to do the exact same thing as what we saw there in game 1. We got the support champion in the top lane. We have the Echo in the jungle. Vel'Koz came up very, very huge in a lot of team fights, and Zed is a very greedy pick. You really have to snowball. You demand a lot of pressure from both junglers, honestly. So if we can do good things on the PhD in mid lane, I couldn't see no reason why they couldn't easily 2-0 this one.
Yeah, and if you do walk away with this, because we talked about this a little bit last game, where I felt like Plumbers Union trying something different, were really taking the BM to the stage and seeing if they could push PBM around. This game with the Zed, it's even more of that. They haven't stopped; they've just doubled down on BM, and they're not really looking to give up here. If they win this game, I think we see something even crazier in Game 3. But PSG in mid lane right now being shown that it's not going to be this easy.
Yeah. I mean, when you're playing something like the Vel'Koz into the Orianna, it's a farm matchup. Maybe you can land a little bit of poke, maybe you can land a Q there on the Pike.
Ooh.
Strong all in from this guy.
Nautilus goes out and Pike goes in. Misfortune is the one who suffers for it. And that is not the look that you want in your bot side right now, because Misfortune was the one thing you chose to steal away.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're making a statement like I talked about in Champs Play, it's like, the only reason you guys want is because of the Misfortune, right? And then you go ahead and pick the Misfortune. That is not a good look right there. Oh my god, PhD in mid lane getting chunked out.
It's really suffering, and I think he may be demanding a little bit more jungle attention from Demos specifically this game, because this is not looking like a game that he's going to be able to walk through easily right now. Quality player, looking like he's got at least a quality Syndra on him. nice W.
A fat trade there from Spartan. Ooh, big all in here.
Demo's in the bot lane, in the top lane, and the flash forward from Bush will mean that he gets the first blood. That taunt buys crucial time, and no flashes now towards the top side of the map as Demos has expended his as well.
Yeah, ooh, hold up.
Quality, what?
Flash there, trying to get the ignite, not quite in ignite range, it looks like.
Yeah, ends up looking kind of random there. Quality player, I think, forfeiting what was a lot of lane pressure.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say, he's doing a really great job at poking out this Zed early, abusing the range advantage that you have there with the Syndra in this matchup. You have a much stronger, like, levels 1 and 2. Maybe you can make a play at level 3, but really it's level 6 where you look for the all-in. Big hook here by Nautilus.
Yeah, great hook from PBM here, but the Aftershock has expired. 4,000 IQ needs to get the heck out of dodge, and Perky the Parrot is forced to burn the heal just to keep him alive.
Ooh, yeah, definitely. Oh, Lee Sin's going to mid.
Nice dodge out there from PhD, though. Doesn't even burn his flash. Keeps himself pretty healthy, all things considered.
Yeah, really great stuff right there. And PhD in mid lane, gonna find an excuse to back. Ooh, big hook.
PBM just doesn't stop. Perky the Parrot forced to flash away here. Grant looks for the double up, but doesn't find it in 4,000 IQ. He doesn't want this to be over, but Perky, he knows he's got it back.
Yeah,
right?
I think he might have had a... Is he really not going to back right here? This is just so greedy here from the Ashe. You have a cannon wave. You can potentially get the back, maybe miss like 3 or 4 CSP saying, no, I want my cannon. I need this. And that is actually a very big wave now that I'm looking at it more. Hopefully Echo can make something happen with this, but that's some very low health bars, and a ward might be stopping it.
Does manage to use the control ward to clear some vision, but with Lee Sinners right there and spotted on a ward of his own, they know they're not going to be able to make anything happen in the bot lane right now, and Perky the Parrot is going to continue suffering, it looks like.
Yeah, they're going to keep shoving in these waves right there. Perky the Parrot looked like he was going to back for a second right there, but will not be doing so. And we spent a good chunk of time yesterday, or last game, talking about those keystone choices. Ooh, really big fight here in the top lane. Might not get a chance to talk about this. Ooh, big trade back here from Bush to 911. A lot of individual auto tag damage there with that grass proc. But all right, I'm just gonna say Conqueror Zed. This is not something you anticipate seeing so much here on the Zed. Usually in a melee matchup, we can really get a chance to proc it, but ooh, this is not what I was anticipating right there. Big 2v2 right here.
Ooh, does manage to get away there. I like the point you were bringing up about the Conqueror Zed, though, because I want to ask you how you think it changes his playstyle here. PhD in mid lane clearly still going aggressive and might be able to get out here, but it will cost him his flash. Lee Sin goes in. PhD in mid lane just barely dodging out on that last Dark Orb. Will be able to survive.
Ooh, level 6 actually taken here from the set. We do have that taunt available again. Oh, such a low health bar.
There are low health bars everywhere. They don't stop.
yeah, definitely a much more aggressive early game. I think we didn't see too many kills there for this one, but this one is just constantly fighting. Pyke looking for the hook.
Won't find it there, and look at this. The dragon has been started up by PBM in the meantime. A lot of pressure from every single lane, and Zed having to back means that we don't see the same thing that we saw last time. The snowball isn't started so early.
Ooh, yeah, I didn't even notice this right there, but it looks like Lee Sinners on the Lee Sin was able to get that dragon in that time. Definitely something you like seeing on an early game champion like that. Get some lower cooldowns for your team on those ultimates. Really great stuff on these champions, and boy, hook after hook in this bot line, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, that Ignite actually being available for him made that really dangerous with 4,000 IQ. He wouldn't have gone down if the Ignite had been there, but if we get Grant with an auto, with the slow, he's right on that line.
Yep, completely agree right there. And we were talking about this earlier, but I'll try to talk about it again. Hopefully we won't get any more fights in the next 30 seconds, but Conqueror Zed, I don't think he's even had a chance to proc this right. It is fairly easy to proc when you do get your ultimate. The abilities and the auto attacks do give you 2 stacks of the 12 that you have to get that life steal bonus. But he wasn't a really big user of the fervor when that was a fervor battle, when that was a rune right there. He's always been a Thunderlord's Decree, or now the what's it called again in this one?
The Phase Rush.
No, not the Phase Rush. The one that Syndra has. I'm blanking.
Oh, Electrocute.
Electrocute, thank you so much. Usually look for those short trades in the early, get a lot of poke down, get them about half HP, and then look for the all-in with the ultimate right here. I see might be available against like more of a tankier matchup right there with that Conqueror, but you just don't have a lot of health to be working with on the Zed. Maybe he goes for the Black Cleaver second item right here. Lee Sinners pops out.
Gets spotted out there, but the Dragon's Rage will do a lot of damage back.
Ooh.
The Shen ultimate means that PhD mid lane survives and might even get a second kill here as he brings him back to the Shadow. Bush is looking for the kill on the quality player. There is no flash, just yet on Bush as he had used it, but quality player chooses not to expend his own and goes down.
Yeah, I think he probably should have used that flash right there, get over that red buff pit. Kind of feels bad to be able to give that away so early right there. Ultimately, it is going to be giving kills to some very volatile players right there. You know, we do see Sen coming back to lane with those Ninja Tabbies, very strong. Ooh, but a Misfortune ultimate actually coming out right there.
Yeah, they want to look for the kill, and a nice enchanted crystal arrow onto PBM will mean that Perky gets out alive, but just barely, and hook back onto PBM. The Ignite is thrown down. Level 6 is hit in the bot side here. Esports Demos is coming down, and he wants the parallel convergence. It's oddly placed, and he might actually go down here. Is forced to use the ultimate. There's the shutdown with 4,000 IQ there. Shares the gold, and now Grant is going to be the one pushed under tower for the first time this game.
4,000 IQ with the zoning ultimate on the Pike, manages to put him in range of the Echo ultimate, getting a kill there on the Echo. Truly a 4,000 IQ kind of play on this champion right here. Really, really great stuff on 4,000 IQ. And Esports Demos, you know, he's making a lot more pressure than he was in the early game last game.
Yeah, I'm happy to see him being able to roam around. I think it's just because a lot less of his lanes are just weirdly winning. Even in this top side, like, it's been a pretty even lane. Everybody else has also been pretty even. PhD and mid lane hasn't been able to get a lot done, and bot lane has been losing. That's ideal ganking time, as sad as it seems.
Yeah, I completely agree. Completely agree right there. Looking at some of these builds right here, we did see the Tiamat build there on the Shen. Very, very good for shoving the lane, as well as the Ninja Tabbies. And getting a lot of that passive damage there from that set. Really, really great stuff. But Lee Sin's making the play on the top side.
Bush, no flash here, but the Dragon's Rage has come up once again. Bush is surviving for now as he dodges out a lot of auto attacks with the Spirit's Refuge, but the last Sonic will connect there, and Lee Sinners walks away with his first kill of the game. Quality player is zoning out around here, though, as PhD in mid lane could be taken down. Deathmark onto Lee Sinners. Can he do enough damage? The Shuriken are enough. Holy Spartan tries to trade back, but PhD in mid lane turns right onto Quality. Now running away, but Demos is the one cleaning up here. Has no ultimate, but gets into the Dark Harvest proc and is doing a lot of damage here. The passive would finish off Quality. He's going to get the shield here. Holy Spartan needs to be stalled out. The slow does come in. Christian mid lane involves himself in the fight, and Holy Spartan gets taken down. They weave in, they weave out, and they are deadly.
That was so perfectly played by PhD and Esports Demos. When they needed more pressure, when they needed more time to get that W off there from the Echo, it was in and it was out from PhD in mid lane. So expertly played there from these guys. And I actually think I saw a WTF there from the Shin. He's just as surprised as I am from that play right there. Insane plays from Esports and PhD in mid lane.
That's not one of those things that you can just fall back on here. PhD in mid lane, though, is going to be taken down. It looks like the Spinners will be able to pick him up. A little bit of greed there is, well earned, shall we say.
Yeah, I did actually expend both of his summoner spells for that too, so that was not looking too good. And I actually do like this first pickup right here. The Yomu's Ghost Blade is giving him a lot more sticking power, make more use of that Conqueror. Esports Demos, a lot of damage there in that all-in. That's why we like seeing the Snowball Echo, but a fat hook there. It's going to do it. Shen ult again. Ooh.
And outplay after outplay, it seems. PBM, the hooks this game are disgusting. I want to see this Nautilus pick more.
Yeah, really, really great here with these hooks. That is I'll say, interesting hitbox there on the Nautilus anchor. That definitely takes a few games to really learn the true potential of, and this guy definitely has those few games there on the Nas. You're seeing some great things here from PBM.
Yeah, and the other thing that we're seeing great things from is what we talked about at the beginning, is this jungle pool. Demo's the one who has been supported, the one who's more often supporting his team. This time finds the solo kill because he's gotten so far ahead just by being around.
Yeah, definitely. That was an interesting ult there by Grant on that Misfortune right there. And I guess they realized that the Dragon was up and they wanted to create a little bit more space there in the lane, use it for a little bit more wave clearance there too. Unfortunately, the rest of his team will not be there at that Dragon. Zed coming in big, but a little bit too deep.
Oh, PhD just goes over the wall. The danger of the Zed is apparent here, but Bush has joined the rest of the team as we're preparing for this dragon. We'll see if PBM are able to finagle their way in here.
Yeah, no teleport available from the set will mean that it's going to be the 4v4, but no ultimate from the Shen means he's going to be too big, but huge pick up there for 4,000 IQ.
Lee Sinners he commits the fatal flaw, the fatal sin, shall we say, that PhD in mid lane had demonstrated just before him. He walks a little bit too far forward, gives over his life and potentially this dragon, but the first tower has gone down on the other side of the map.
Yeah, they call it the Lee syndrome, but I guess it's more like Lee Z's because it's contagious. Get it?
Oh my god.
That was awful. That was, I apologize. But hey, they're going for the dragon right here. It looks like they are clearing out that vision. And I'd like to see some quarter response right there. We have the a quarter of the cooldown left there on that Shen ultimate. So that's a very, very big cooldown. They should look to play around. We're looking for an all-in right here.
Yeah, Demo's right onto Grant right here. Wants to deny the ability to put that bullet time over for PBM. Is going to go down in his stead. 4,000 IQ. The trade back there as Lee Sinners finds his way into the fight with a lot of damage. Speaking of a lot of damage, PhD in mid lane, he has got it, but gets soloed out by the Syndra ultimate. Perky the Parrot is on the retreat here. And it will be PBM walking away with the team fight victory for now.
Yeah, Holy Spartan just walking his way down here into this fight, saying, all right, you guys did all that easy work there with the fight. Now I'll just auto-attack this dragon a few times. With my Blade of the Rune King, actually, going to get a lot of damage in there. Very, very strong power spike there for that set. Very strong item. Great user of it. Was able to get that first tower, actually, earlier. Didn't talk too much about that, but now Shen trying to do the same thing top lane, but you only have a TM at the end. You don't have too much base damage in there. You're probably not going to be able to get that tower right there. Maybe get some vision around that Rift Herald, though. That might be the play.
Yeah, right now you want to keep from hemorrhaging too many objectives as Plumbers Union because the score is only 8-10. The gold isn't 7k apart this game, or at this point in time at least, and it's going to take a lot of work to get it there. Plumbers Union are playing a little bit more of a defensive game than we've seen last time at this time.
Yeah, I completely agree. And again, that kind of comes down to the Zed pick. You know, he was playing against the Orianna Vel'Koz there in the game one. You know, you really don't have to do much there on the Vel'Koz. Put yourself in harm's way to be effective. You know, all you really got to do, clear the wave, show up in team fights, position well, right? With the Zed, it just demands so much from you, right? That you also have to put yourself in harm's way a lot. And when you have champions like Lee Sin, Syndra, Nautilus on the map, it really opens up a lot of potential to abuse that kind of a champion pick right there. Ooh, picked up here on the Echo.
Yeah, Demos is at a cooldown, but PBM is going to get stunned under tower and just gets cleaned up there. Back to the top side as Demos is going to be taken down post-ultimate. Lee Sinners barely gets the heck out of dodge. And now we saw PhD in mid lane tried to go in, but he got stunned, and Holy Spartan takes him down in 3 autos. Bush limps his way out of there, and PBM, they find the skirmish that suits them.
Holy ninja over here. Really, really big. A lot of damage on that set, but I don't want to discredit it all. The double stun we saw there from quality player on that Simmer. Absolutely huge in denying the all in there from the Zed. And again, when you're playing the champion like the Zed, you have to play so absolutely perfectly because you have to get into melee range to be effective on that champion. Like, does Syndra have her hourglass? Does Syndra have her stun? What am I looking at here from Lee Sin's positioning, right? You just have to go so much more. And Shen ultimate actually channeled.
Yeah, that means Lee Sinners is going to be forced to flash away. Might even be taken down here as he's being collapsed on by Demos. There'll be the shutdown over to the Echo, which is really big.
Very, very good champion in giving that shutdown. We've been talking about all for game 1 too about how Echo is a snowballing champion, loves getting that gold. We're 17 minutes into the game, and he is still looking very strong. Getting very low there from that Syndra.
Yeah, you know who else is a snowballing champion? It's Syndra.
Oh yeah, definitely right there. And with another dragon spawning in 2 minutes, this is a lot of fight over vision right here. Not entirely sure if it's warranted right there. You know, we could be going for the top lane and mid lane tier 1 right there.
The shutdown is huge. Quality player is going to Zanya's 4 now. Gets out of the shuriken additionally, but the shutdown going to go over to this Echo once again as he gets a double kill onto Set. Echo is really the hope this game. I'm liking this turnaround, this little story it's being woven.
Yeah, definitely. I gotta say, what the hecko is that damage? He is large and in charge this game right here. Whatever, yeah. Maybe this is Overwatch because we are looking like a completely different champion than we saw there in game one. You get it? Echo, it's also champion. It's like a chameleon. Anyway, really, really great stuff here from Esports Demos, showing the versatility of this kind of a pick right here. I'm trying to think of a pun how I can work in Echo the Dolphin, that SNES game, but it's not coming to me. How are you feeling, my man, Dia? Please take me out of this.
I'm going to take you right back into. I don't actually know what Echo does in Overwatch because I tuned out right before that. What does she do? Like you said, she's a
She
chameleon?
turns into other champions, basically.
What? That's broken, isn't it?
I don't know the numbers behind it, but it's not meta right now, so I'm gonna assume that even if the design is weird, it's just not the numbers aren't there for some reason. I think it's a champion the other team already has at the moment or something like that.
It's like
Don't ask me.
a little bit of a Silas
I
vibe
don't
going.
play dead games, all right? I just
That's
play
what
them
I'm
once a year
saying.
when the Halloween event comes up, all right? Big hook here from Nautilus.
Yeah, it might not be just dead games. It could be dead
Oh.
players as well. So that's a boatload of CC, and that means Demos doesn't get to ult and doesn't get to participate with all the gold that he had.
Yeah, Demos over here might not be Overwatch, but he certainly is imitating Jensen here on this pick. Getting CC'd, cannot use his ultimate. We all remember those Season 6 summer finals right there. Really unfortunate stuff right there with that Jensen pick right there. Esports Demos is going to be dead right here. They do have that Rift Herald hammering down. Didn't get the proc there on the first one, but will get the full proc here on the second. Not going to get that second damage. Not really getting a lot of use out of that, actually. But hey, it is the second Rift Herald of the game. Not really intended. Ooh, big ult.
We've got a collapse onto Grant here. Might he go down? The ultimate isn't going to be enough, and Perky the Parrot's getting soloed out in the backside. Forced to flash away as Grant and Lee Sinners turn it around. PBM assist in there is going to mean that Bush did 9-11. Now the one on the retreat. It seems like PhD in the lane also fell during that time, as he was caught out on the wrong side of the map and didn't really get a chance to involve himself.
Yeah, I didn't actually see where he died there, but where he died doesn't really matter. What does matter is the third dragon is being taken over here by PBM, just swapping the story over here in terms of dragons. Esports Demos is very strong here on the Echo, but Lee Sinners is certainly making himself known here when it comes to these neutral objectives. He is everywhere he needs to be. He is getting the buffs there for his team, and Mountain Dragon might not be the most exciting buff of the game, but when you're playing against champions like the Zed, like the Echo, or even like the Pike, who like to get a lot of pick, a lot of burst damage out quickly, having that Mountain Dragon buff is going to be huge for not getting picked off.
And this is almost the reverse Snowball. It's not a great way of saying what I want to say, but any real Snowball that Plumbers Union was starting to build up, the heat is increasing with the Mountain Dragon. To take that metaphor one step further, because like you say, it's going to be so much harder to take folks down now, and that Conqueror is seeming like it's going to get a lot more use if PhD can stay alive, because the fight certainly will be lasting longer right now.
Yeah, I'm liking some of these pickups right here. I said I really would have liked to see the Black Cleaver here on the Zed earlier. I mean, that's not denying how good of an item Duskblade of Draktar is there on that champion. I really do like seeing the No Magic Mantle picked up. Hopefully that'll be building into the Merc Treads, really negating some of that CC, some of that all that stun potential we have there on the enemy champions. He's able to go everywhere. Again, build just like a little bit more tank stats. Ooh, big pick.
Oh yeah, that's Grant certainly dead as three members commit straight off that Enchanted Crystal arrow. Plumbers Union, at least they're on the same page about going in. PBM, though, is going to be chunked out. Demos as well, forced to use his own ultimate. And the Shen stand united. Seems a little sus.
Yeah, you didn't really need to use both of those right there. If he wasn't stunned out of his own ultimate like we've seen for so long,
1v1?
maybe if he was going to be, fight here in the bot lane.
Yeah, PhD in mid lane, he's just going to get taken down. So, you know what? 1v1 was a little bit too generous of a term for how interactive that actually ended up being.
Yeah, when you have a champion like the Set who isn't behind, he has the Blade of the Rune King proc, he has his Q, he's able to run in very, very easily. And Zed, his only run out tool is that Yomu's Ghost Blade, which isn't very a lot of move speed, especially compared to the slow there with that Blade of the Rune King, and his W, which has a fairly significant cooldown. Again, maybe if you went for something like the Black Cleaver, you'd have an extra 10% CDR, you'd be surviving a little bit longer. That's just me, though, We do have another dragon spawning here in about 2 minutes. We can already see the Vision game coming up here from both these teams. They don't want to give up this soul.
Yeah, right now, I mean, gold is relatively even, but it feels like PBM are in control of the game as they've really been able to layer their CC in a way that you're going to see right there. Demos goes down without really being able to do too much about it, and they're always on the back foot. Perky the Parrot flashing away from quality player right there. And it looks like we're going to get the shutdown, however. Double ultimate from 4000 IQ doesn't find Lee Sinners on the back end. PBM needs to get his way out from under the tower. 2 are traded for Plumbers Union for just the 1 kill onto Grant, but it might be enough to give them a foot in.
Yeah, I gotta say, 4000 IQ has been very, very big at creating space here with these Pike Qs and his E as well, remaining slippery, getting a lot of CC. But when it comes to the ultimate, usually he'll get flashed away from, or I think he straight up missed his ultimate on the second target there in that fight. He was able to get the kill there on a Misfortune. I think he had the reset potential there on the Nautilus, but it did not hit. Really, really unfortunate right there. Maybe he was spamming it and inputs or something. I don't really know. We have another dragon spawning here in about a minute. Really good time to be taking that Rift Scuttle right there. Hopefully we can get some kind of a pick right there to keep PU in this game.
Yeah, you've got to find a way to contest this soul because it's such a huge thing to give over. Again, when the gold is so even and there's so much utility on the enemy team, so much tankiness that's being built up, this is something that you've got to stop or risk just throwing this to a late game fight. Because right now, you've got to start thinking about whether you're able to contest Elder Drake. It doesn't look like Plumbers Union are going to be able to contest the 4th Drake right now. It would be a miracle if they found their way in. Can you do it on the next one? Or do we see that miracle here? Demos looks for the all-in there with the parallel convergence. Piashtin mid lane has ported over the wall.
Yeah, we're looking for an all-in over here from PBM and a pick here from
Quality.
Ooh. And not having that Echo ultimate is going to be pretty big here from this fight. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds.
Yeah, with none of that safety here, it doesn't look like Zed's going to be afforded much safety either. Gets to half health before he's finally able to use the death mark, but in that time, we already see Demos going down to the bullet time. The hook in will almost cost PBM his life. Finally will be the trade onto just the support, though, as Perky the Parrot is trying desperately to get away, but that 4th dragon is really going over right now. Perky the Parrot, nice sidestep there. Might be able to pick up Lee Sinners. The heal will be enough, though, just barely. And the Lee Sin will walk away with another kill and the Mountain Dragon to boot.
Ooh, definitely. And, you know, it's at times like this, I got to take a quick little look-see here at the scoreboard. 3, 9, and 6 here on this Zed. We saw him playing so expertly with the Esports demos and some of these small skirmishes, but, you know, there just weren't enough of those small skirmishes where they had the outplay potential, you know. We're in the team fight right now. Zed is not a very good team fight champion. He's struggling to make himself known against a comp that has so much instant CC, so many responses there to that ultimate. And, you know, I just think it's going to be really hard for him to justify this pick here the further this game goes on. He is not looking too good here on this.
No, not right now, and isn't really picking up a lot more tanky stats either. Just now starting on that Black Cleaver. It seems like he may have heard you. We're given a lot of credit, though. They see the AD mid lane and they go, Danielson, what have we done wrong? They pray to their god, and the Black Cleaver is the answer right now. We'll see if he's able to pick that one up in time and make this really work, because like you say, it's not paying off right now. This pivot hasn't really been the best, and it may start costing you if you can't control vision here.
Yeah, especially when we consider, like, the really real source of magic damage right now. There is that Echo. Ooh, big pick here on the Lee Sin. This could be huge.
Lee Sin, what are you doing? Well, maybe Grant, actually, with the bullet time, could turn this around. It looks like 4000 IQ is the one caught out, and 3 autos will do it. Demos also looking to be a part of that game. Bush going to be caught up there, CC'd by the set and taken down almost by the Haymaker, but the last auto from Misfortune will do it as the bullet curves to find the kill.
Oh my god, just yeah, at the times like this, they're just wondering, like, this comp over here from P, you know, they really had to snowball this early game much harder. Their team fight is much worse than it was there in that game 1, and We need a miracle to come back into this one right here. Nautilus is just putting in so much work, just deflecting against these assassins. We have Zanya's built there. We have the QSS there on that Misfortune. Maybe we can get a steal. Is that what we're looking right here for esports demos?
We might get another kill. Demos is about one Syndra Dark Orb from going down. Gets stunned there, but the ultimate does come back up, and he's got a lot of slipperiness to him. So maybe able to get out of this one as Holy Spartan really wants that kill.
Yeah, I think the play right here is maybe send Zed into the side lane, I guess. I mean, I guess that Shen is already kind of taking up that spot, but you got two side lanes, you know? And maybe that will give him enough gold to really be useful over here. Zed, again, he doesn't really have a lot of team fight potential with that champion right now, especially with the pick in general. Just try to do something to make yourself useful, man, I guess.
This is actually really weird. If you toggle the gold, he technically has more gold than Syndra right now, even though he's been way less useful. And that's really strange to me.
Yeah, he is up about 27 CS since he's up 1,000, almost 1,500 gold right there on that pick. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, he's gotten a few shutdowns with this sort of thing, but he might be giving away something right here.
He's not up in gold on Holy Spartan. We'll see how that 1v1 goes, but right now we're focusing on the team fight as Perky the Parrot gets absolutely deleted, but it seems like PhD in mid lane is turning it around with the Shen in his pocket. Shen teleporting back right now as we need to see Zed able to involve himself here as well. Did get a shutdown, has a nice injection of gold, but they need a way into this fight. Do Plumbers Union, 4,000 IQ, dodging out on the hook. That certainly would have meant his death. And now, PBM, recognizing that the Zed is back, recognizing the damage is back, are going to retreat, but it's a fake out. 4,000 IQ gets hooked in. PSG in mid lane trying to shed that armor. Isn't going to be able to do it. The Q will connect from the Lee Sin. He could go in here, but the hook going to go in instead as Bush jumps straight into the enemy team, gets the Spirit's Refuge, which is huge, but PSG in mid lane gets shut down, trades one back. And now it's going to be finally Esports Demos falling one more time. Perky the Parrot wanting to defend here as well. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands, but so does the stun from Syndra. That means Lee Sinners, he's in one-shot range, my friend. The Dragon's Rage, but the Q will miss. Syndra picks up the last kill, though. Quality player, looking like he's got a handle on this game at least. And now it's going to be the turnaround as the Nexus Tower will fall. And now the Nexus of Plumbers Union as PBM turn it around.
And we have got ourselves a series, my friend. 1-1 right here. Real turnaround from what we saw there in that game one. PhD in mid lane. Again, we're just seeing the lack of team fight potential there on that Zed, especially compared to what we saw there on the Vel'Koz. In the mid lane, right, it's very hard to play an assassin into a control mage. You know, you've seen it against the Anivias, you've seen it against the Orianas, where you're trying to go all in, but they just have so many answers for you, especially in this team comp, not even just in that pick right there. Every time we would try to go in there, both on the Echo and the Zed, CC'd from the Zed, CC'd from the Nautilus, CC'd from the Set, Lee Sin ultimate, Syndra stun, Syndra Zanya's Hourglass, QSS from the Misfortune, and they just have so many answers here for these champions. I really would like to see a better draft here from PU. They weren't playing good enough to justify the Zed pick right here. If he was on the Vel'Koz, I think they could have potentially won this game. They would have had a much easier time here in these team fights. It's just an unfortunate game too from these guys.
Yeah, and I mean, second game maybe being met with a little bit of disrespect as well. Like we say, not respecting the fact that there was a composition draft that could really deal with the Zed, and PBM to me was the one landing those hooks, constantly landing the knockouts, the lockdown onto people like Zed and Echo that was able to spell a lot of the dissuasion of the advantage that we saw shutdowns being picked up onto people like Zed and Echo that weren't able to then capitalize.
Yeah, I completely agree. Hopefully, we can see some kind of a turnaround here in this game three, but this will confirm that both these teams will have at least one game each. We have got ourselves a series. I'm looking forward to this game three. How about you, man?
I'm really looking forward to it. I was actually wondering, given the turnaround here, do you think we see a third lease or a Lee Sin in game three?
He certainly justified the pick. He looked very, very good here on the
nice.
Lee Sin. They weren't able. He was a little bit nutty here. Very, very. He definitely knew the damage output on the champion. Definitely knew what to be doing right there. I'd even like to see a return here on the jungle matchup. Esports Demos on the Echo. Lee Sinners on the Lee Sin. A lot of interesting things to be looking at this game three.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what we have in the jungle pool going into the third game, but there's only one way to find out, and that's by getting into Pro Draft. So we're going to throw it to a quick break before we pop into that and see what the teams have in store for us as we're now tied 1-1.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We're hitting game 3 here at the Risen Open Dominate. Welcome back. I am still Dia. I'm still joined by Danielson, and we are getting into the picks and bans right away.
Yeah, we have got ourselves a series. We look, judging by that game one, we thought this was going to be an easy 3-0 by PU, but PBM have been saying, we know what we're doing on these kind of picks. We have a much better team comp than you right there. And they were certainly ready to punish the Zed pick, but are we just going to get the exact same 3 bans for the third game in a row?
It's exactly the same thing. Yeah, that's. I bet you we get them all series. Like,
that is...
both teams feel so comfortable.
I mean, at some point you have to ask yourself, is the Lucian ban really worth the priority? Same thing with the LeBlanc. I mean, like, I could understand the Leona judging how high of a priority pick Misfortune is this series. Samira most recently released in a private games game, so she's going to be overpowered. Cassiopeia in the right hands, I guess. Lucian, very high priority, can be countered by like Syndra or so or something, but same picks again. What is this, my man? Come on.
Do you think we get the full round back? I don't think so. I think Plumbers Union changed something up here. Definitely the Zed, actually. But outside of the Zed, I think we change even more.
Yeah, I was going to say, that Nautilus was putting in a lot of work there in that game, too. I wonder if they actually try to play around this one right there, because, Nautilus Misfortune, again, very, very strong combo. Ooh, I don't know if you can see my expression right now, or if camera's still on or anything, but I just did a big old sigh right there when I saw this AD carry pick right here. It's going to be the Ashe, and it's going to be the Lulu. Flexing there between the support position and top lane. Definitely not that good there in the Nautilus, but I think Nautilus could certainly be picked up here into PBM. We're just going to have to wait and see. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I was thinking about, maybe taking away the Nautilus because we have seen Pyke maybe not get the ultimate resets. It's been more about finding the hooks and being able to outlast in a team fight. Nautilus going to still be part of that game there, but they will give it over in trade for, like you said, that Lulu. And yeah, we have to wonder whether Lulu is going top or not. The nice thing is that wherever she goes, Ashe is going to be the stronger for it.
Yeah, I completely agree right there. And so far, looking like the exact same comp over here from PBM. I said, ooh, hold up.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah, a little bit of a turnaround over here. They said, listen, that Misfortune pick game one, that was OP. We'll be taking that. Same thing over here with the Echo. What that does mean, though, is that PU over here with Esports Demos knows exactly how to counter that Echo right there. He's going for that Amumu. Actually, that is an interesting pick right there. Very, very strong there in the team fights. Easier to pilot. Does leave a lot of things open there for that Echo. Should be a fun pick to watch.
Yeah, hot take, PBM are going to wish they hadn't taken away the Echo.
Ooh.
The Amumu in the hands of Demos was very, very strong, and this can only mean they're looking to team fight. When Plumbers Union put their serious hats on, when they look to team fight is when they look the strongest. And finally, having our utility tank back on the guy who I said plays around the lanes. We want to see him on something that can really enable them is going to be on the Amumu here. And Lee Sinners is going to have to very much outclass in the jungle this time around, because last game, it was a skill matchup. It could go either way. This time you have to prove your worth. Because
I like this. I was about to say, this is a very good pick up here into the Nautilus. We had the blind pick Pyke, but the Morgana straight up winning lane there against the Nautilus. Nautilus is going to be regretting he ever made that kind of a pick right there. Basically guarantees that we need to build the QSS there on the Misfortune, second and a half item probably. And yeah, this is looking very, very good here for PU. I say they are lacking a little bit of oomph there in the front line. They have the Amumu there, but maybe we can look for something like I don't know, maybe the Vel'Koz will be here. It does combo very, very well with the Mumu. I think a Galio could be very big. What do you think we're going to pick up here for the mid lane, my man?
Yeah, Galio would be really nice. I also wouldn't mind seeing something like the Vel'Koz once again, because they have that big frontline tank in Amumu that they can look to play around.
It could also be the Lulu in the mid lane, honestly. I'd like to see maybe something like a set there in the top lane. Very good engage with that Maokai right there. Big E's, big W's. That could be pretty big, right?
Could. I just don't think it's PhD and mid lane style to play that
Yeah.
more supportive champion. I
Ooh,
was thinking about backline access.
buddy.
Yone will do it.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. We were talking. Let's talk about this for a second. We're talking about like different kinds of assassin type champions in the mid lane, right there. Zed is a champion where you go in, you're really looking to skirmish. 2v2s, maybe a 3v2 or something right there, but doesn't really offer a lot in team fights. Yoni with his ultimate is very, very different. It can get a fat ultimate, get right on top of that misfortune, get a auto W, auto Q, and zip right out. Maybe she's dead. Maybe she's 10 HP or something like that. I don't know. All I know is I am looking forward to this Yoni Baloney here in the mid lane.
And a big fan of what we saw last week in the semifinals. Obviously, Yone is a huge part of that, and coupled with things like Morgana with Lulu, an enabled Yone with some CC in the front line. This is really scary for PBM, and they're gonna have to line their team fights up perfectly to avoid getting comboed. If two carries get caught in fate sealed, your fate is truly sealed. Not just those two, but as a team.
Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree right here. This is a very, very good pick right here. Definitely showcases a lot of I actually haven't seen too much Yoni competitive gameplay, right? He was banned at Worlds. He's been banned in a lot of the things I've been casting for right recently. I
Mm,
think when did he come back up and risen? Like maybe within the last 2 weeks or something like
mm.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was gonna say he's a very unique champion. I think he's low key pretty strong with the right matchup. You can just do so much right there with that E. It's such a strong tool, and it's awesome. It's awesome. He's a great champion. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I am too, and I think that I'm really looking forward to seeing specifically Plumbers Union use it because we've already seen them with the Yone. We've seen them be able to enable PhD and mid lane on this pick, and I believe it was with a Zac at the time that I'm thinking of. But Zac and a Mumu, I'm willing to interchange with the sake of utility. Granted, Zac obviously bringing different things to the table, but Plumbers Union as a whole know what a Yone brings into your game and how to play around that. And that's something that with new champion picks is going to be a very large factor in how the game and mid game skirmishes play out.
Yeah, I completely agree right here. Looking at how some of these team comps are going to look here, we're seeing a recurrence of the Lulu in the top right, and they're playing against a tank. But we have a lot more like good, confident engage on the side of the Plumbers Union that we really didn't see there in that game too. We have a lot of tools to be working with. We can go in with the Amumu, CC the whole team. We still have the Ash, right? We
Mhm.
have the Morgana going for the bindings, and we have the Yoni to follow up on all that right there. And the game too, what do we really have? We had individual champions who could dash in, I get hoping to get some damage in there right there. But ooh, looks like we're actually gonna have a recreation here on this lobby. I think someone banned the wrong champion or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. But I
Yeah.
definitely like the one thing I know is true is I definitely like the draft here a lot more on the side of PU. PBM also does have a lot of good things to be looking at right here. I'm not entirely too sure how we're going to see Lee Sinners perform here on this Echo. Wait, hold up. We just went right back into the same draft. What is? I don't know what I'm seeing right here. Can we?
I've never seen this
Oh
either. This
man.
is rather strange.
Yeah,
I like it though.
multi-billion-dollar company, international, by the way. Small indie. Throw all the memes out there, but we're getting back into our first ban phase after having. I'm interested to see how this one's going to like play out because we're going back to the first three bans. We have the first three champions in each side picked. Are we going to go immediately to the second bans, or is it going to try to make us repick the? Oh
Okay, no,
yeah, they're going to have to
they're
lock
repicking.
in.
They're repicking. Okay. This makes a lot
uh,
more sense. It's just a bug on the spectator side, having already seen it. That was really confusing there for a second because I hadn't
yeah.
seen it play out either, and my fingers were crossed for us not having any bugs as we load into the game. But with this, it looks like everything should be fine. And yeah, like I think that this game, the thing that sort of differentiates it in from game one in my mind is that Plumbers Union also have the side lane option this time around, where they didn't in game one.
Mm. Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree right there. They have a lot that they can do with the Yoni. Yoni is actually an extremely strong champion in the sideline. With this E, his 1v1 is absolutely insane there with that champion. You E in, just do autos, just keep autoing them. You're eventually going to have your mini Z passive over there to do a lot more damage based off the amount of damage you did. It's very hard to lose the 1v1 after 2.5 items there on that champion. They really just don't have a lot of responses. The one thing I will say is I really do like the team fighting and scaling potential there that I'm seeing over there on replace PBM. You know, they have the misfortune, huge ultimate, a lot of big CCing tanks to combo up with it, right? Corki as well, insane scaling potential with that kind of a pick right there. You know, he goes to Triforce, he goes the Essence Reader, might even go the tier this game. That's a build a lot of people like to go. And Lee Sinner's there on the echo, a little out of place, making things happen there in the early game, maybe potentially get fed. We'll have to see how he plays. I think this is going to be a very interesting game 3. How about you, man?
I think so, and I think that the sort of narrative that we came into today with, thinking about the junglers here, has taken a new turn this time, because now we're going to see the early game be determined by the jungle kingdoms, but the late game, like you were talking about with the Corki Yone, be very, very much determined by the mid lane kingdoms. And we'll see how that works out for Plumbers Union and PBM respectively, because we saw a quality player looking ridiculous on Syndra last game. Corki is going to be able to keep his distance just like that. Doesn't have as much utility, but has the damage. So we'll see if he's able to perform, or whether we see Plumbers Union take the second game and put themselves at match point. Either way, one of us will be coming away one game away from victory. So we'll find out who it is once we get on to Summoner's Rift right after this.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're hitting the rift for the third time today, and same sides this time around, just like it has been the rest. PBM going to be gracing us on the blue side, and Plumbers Union on the red. Holy Spartan this time, also giving us the little Tigger skin on the Maokai. Big fan.
Ooh, love to see it. Love to see it right there. Yeah, and what I also like seeing is a lot of these choices in these keystones, fairly standard stuff across the board. I can't really see one thing I disagree with. We have the press the attack there on Misfortune, but overall, fairly standard stuff. Maybe we could look for something other than the Comet there on the corner. I know a lot of people like going Guardian on that kind of pick. With someone like the all-in potential there and poke potential there on Misfortune, maybe you get a little bit more use. Either way, it's a player's preference sort of a choice right there. How about the skin game? What do you think about that, man?
I think it's really coming out strong. I am one of those simps for the Pug Corky skin, so I think we're missing out a little bit there. But with Prom King Amumu, I'm very happy. Project Ash, also one of the smoothest, one of my favorite to see down in the bot lane.
Oh yeah, we've definitely seen it a few times in this series right there. But yeah, here we are getting into this one, a minute and 30 into this game. First minions crashing there in the mid lane. Jungle camps now finally spawning. Looking at these paths over here, Echo's getting his leash for the bot lane, as well as the Amumu. Sometimes you might go for the blue buff start there, or the top side start there on the Amumu, path away from the Echo, considering all the all-in potential that he's going to have onto you. Very weak champion early, but Amumu really does need that blue buff early. Keep himself healthy with all that kind of mana. Looks like he might be going for a full clear blue immediately to that Gromp. Not something I would anticipate on that pick.
Yeah, maybe just trying to buy a little bit more level lead for himself with the faster early clear, going all the way through and just sort of perma-farming until he hits that 6th lane, or until Plumbers Union's lanes really get sorted out, because there's still a lot of pretty volatile matchups here, especially with the Nautilus in the bot side, and even Lulu in the top.
I completely agree. Right here. We talked about keystones over there, but one thing I also have talked about is first item choices. We do have the Cole there on the Corky saying, I can probably get to 100 CS without getting too many threatening all-ins there from the Yoni and Amumu. A little bit greedy, but I think he might be able to pull it off here in this one. Dorn Shield, very good against the range matchup on the Yoni. But the Corrupting Potion, I think, is the one thing I disagree with here on the Maokai. Yeah, you do get a lot of use out of it. The champion does eat up a lot of mana there. But against someone like the Lulu, you definitely want to have the Dorn Shield in this kind of thing. He is already getting poked out a lot in this kind of matchup. Ooh, big all-in from Yoni.
Yeah, very, very different to what we saw originally with the Ornn, but with Lulu taking a nice chunk of damage there is going to be able to turn it around. I have a bit of a question for you, Daniel. So it's not related to the game per se, but okay. I noticed that you say Yoni. Oh, we might get a little bit of a kill here. Hold on. I promise this is going to be relevant. Bush did 9-11, though. Is going to flash away from the parallel convergence of Esports. Demos goes in, tries to find the bandage, draws and does get first blood. Trades back. Does Holy Spartan on the Maokai there, getting himself 300 gold, but big plays from Esports Demos.
Ooh, yeah, definitely. Love to see it right there. Love to see it. Both junglers, the Amumu was actually fairly low health when it came into that. He went... Did he skip his red buff? It looks like, I guess he anticipated getting invaded, but that just seems a little bit weird. I didn't see his path, but boy, both junglers coming up to a fight there in the top lane. I love seeing it all the time right there, but he is going to go back to his bot side right there. Probably try to contest his bot lane. Scuttle Crab 2v2 over here. He is paying for the help. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, bot lane isn't pushed, so this is a little bit greedy, and Parallel Convergence is going to find him as well. The flash maybe a little bit too late there for Demos, as he's getting run down by Lee Sinners, and Grant, 2 more autos should do it. There we go. It is going to be 2. Grant picks that one up, and that's another 300 gold for you now in the bot side as well, which starts to get dangerous.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, honestly, a lane like Ash Morgana should have had priority there. It was kind of a lack of communication, I guess. The lane was shoving to them, but really that is a lane where I think the Ash should have that shoved out most of the time right there. Not entirely sure if it was the best call, but it was the call he made, so let's try to get a little bit cleaner in the future right there. PhD in mid lane on the Yoni Baloney is what I really like saying. It's just a fun way to say it, man?
I do, and actually that brings me back to exactly what I was thinking earlier. You say Yoni, but you say Zo. Like you put the E on the end of Yoni, but not at the end
It's
of
really
Zoe?
both ways for Zoe, honestly. Like, I don't really have a set way that I like to do it. Zoe, sometimes. It's weird because, like, Zoe is a name that usually has the IE or the Y Mumu barely missing that ban race Hotch.
Mm.
But it just feels weird. Yoni just, like, it feels good rolling off the tongue. You know what I'm saying?
I do. I understand what you're saying. Sometimes you just gotta go against the grain when you know what's right. And
Yeah.
but right now, I'm gonna accept that with the Yoni.
I mean, I'm not one of those like LS kind of players where, it's just like I'm just trying to figure out what everyone else isn't doing. Oh, it's the Aatrox, it's the Atrox or something.
Yeah.
Just a disgusting
Dude,
shit when that guy's
actually,
meta.
the one that really gets me is
What is it?
is him saying Kassadin.
Oh,
That really irks me. I can't get over it. It's always been Kassadin to me.
yeah. I mean, like, Cass. Like, is Ellis from Europe or is he from NA? I know he lives in Korea, but like, just trying to get a handle on that dialect,
I think he's from NA, but yeah, not an expert on LS history here, so
All right, whatever.
don't pretend to any claims just yet. Bush getting shoved in actually is a little bit surprising to me. Did back without using the teleport though, so maybe a little bit of an explanation here.
Yeah, it's something nice to be looking at right there. We did just get a ping on the Corky passive. Is going to be ready there in a little over a minute, so he might be looking for some kind of a play there in the bottom half of the map. Level 6 is coming up basically all across the map right here. Most of the players are level 5, getting very, very close. We could be looking for plays with a lot of these guys. We like seeing that happen there on the Yoni. Lulu, probably not going to look for too much. We might look for some kind of a dive there, actually, on the Mumu with that Maokai ultimate. So much potential with that champion.
Yeah, and so much of this game, like you were just alluding to, is going to come from this first Drake. There are two things that haven't lost yet, and they are Misfortune and First Dragon. Those things are absolutely indomitable in this series, and if we see somebody like Plumbers Union be able to get the First Dragon, it means that one of them is going to fall, so I like to see a little bit of variation here, but it doesn't look like Bush is having a really fun time up in top lane.
Yeah. When you go for kind of a range pick against someone who has a really strong all-in, the first few levels, it feels great. They've got the range matchup into the melee matchup, but when you have to like start considering the W range there on the hold up, we might see an invade over here from that. Echo does not have level 6 right there.
Oh, the Fate Seal took him over the wall, but the red buff finishes it off. PhD in mid lane works together with the neutral objectives. That's what I'm about.
Man, you play the map and you map the plays, and my man is playing with the map right there. And that's actually before great because it means that the first dragon Echo is not there for. They are getting a free Ocean Drake right there, keeping themselves healed up here. And these matchups, really great stuff that you like to see.
Oh, you know what time it is then. You know that at the end of this game, it's either Misfortune or the First Dragon. I'm so excited, dude. We're gonna get to see one of them be turned around. And with the Ocean Dragon being the first pickup, it does mean that we won't be getting the strongest soul to ever grace the Rift, but we might be getting a pretty strong gank in this bot side.
Yeah, it might be Infernal actually. We don't know the soul. Could be the mountain again. Could be Infernal actually. But Amumu is sitting there in that bot lane bush, looking for that all in. Has that level 6. Ooh, very, very big stuff. Ooh, Corky. Top lane.
Nobody Sinners is here, but there are fights going on all across the map. Demos is onto Grant, but he flashes away. Nice return bullet time, too. Will chunk out Demos, and one more auto gets him. Lee Sinners finds a kill, and then ults back. Nice hook in from PBM as well. Finds Perky the Parrot, and a play that was so carefully set up by Plumbers Union falls apart.
Plumbers Union, a lot of unions are dying these days, I guess. It just happens sometimes.
Oh, that's rough. That is rough.
Yeah. I live in Ohio, all right? I know what all this is about. Anyway, what it's going to end up meaning is Lulu actually surviving that gank there on the top side. But unfortunately, the bottom half of the map, Happy just got that dragon, was not able to do that. Lulu getting that last auto attack there on that Maokai. Really, really funny stuff. Boy, that's always really fun to watch how, like, the projectiles follow people after they're back. I remember seeing this clip on Reddit, right, of a Cassian who shot a Q at someone right as he was backing, and they teleported afterwards. So the Q, which stops channels, ended up stopping the guy. Just a funny little action that you look for sometimes. Ooh, very, very deep here
Yeah, this is 4,000 IQ, maybe getting a little bit too
Ooh,
dusty
teleport.
there. Teleport too, and Perky the Parrot autoing on the way out means that somebody's gonna die. It might just be both of them as the flash onto the Ash there
Yeah,
will
Holy
be
Spartan
used
used
by
the
the Maokai, but 4,000 IQ is gonna go down there. We'll see what happens with Perky the Parrot now as we cut away to the second part of the story. PhD in midline, autoing down a Maokai, but it's gonna be hard to cut down a Shri at this point in the game, and it will just be that one kill going over.
Yeah, you know, 2 swords are a lot, but Maokai is a champion who did build a cloth armor there, so he has a little bit to work with, as well as the magic resist. You know, Yoni is a champion that does do a lot of magic damage. Ooh, he had the invade right there, but
this is kind of gutsy from Demos. I don't think he really has the backup here.
I mean, if he Qs again and has the ultimate, that might be enough damage. Lulu is there though, but still very, very low against the Echo. Not what you want to be looking for.
Ooh, Lee Sinners
this is ballsy. This is ballsy right here.
This is ballsy. Oh, goes in under the tower. Gets the flash as well. The wild growth going to do it. Quality player goes down, but does trade there. The HD in mid lane. No fate sealed here onto Lee Sinners. Is going to be forced to go back at some point. There's the flash forward, but doesn't find him. Final Q will do it. 300 gold into the pocket of PhD in mid lane this time. And the Yone gets rolling 2-0.
Oh, you love to see it here on the Yoni. I love seeing a champion. I love seeing my samurais pop up. You know, I like playing the Yasuo. Yoni is definitely, I think, a better champion for competitive. So, yeah, I'm living it up over here. You know, you can't always be watching the caps. Sometimes you got to be picking some with a big team fighting ultimate. You know, can't be getting too greedy. But either way, we are seeing Yoni here. He's popping off. We did have the Manamune built there on the Corki. Will confirm. He even built the Ruby Crystal, trying to keep himself alive. Does build him that Triforce, but it is going to be delaying that Sheen power spike a bit right there. Meanwhile, we do have the PD finish there on that Yoni. Very, very good item. Gives the attack speed, gives the crit. I think the crit is actually being nerfed by 10% in the preseason, so we won't be able to get that clean 100% crit in 2 items. But I don't know. It's Rat Games. They like changing stuff around. Either way, we are 12 minutes into this game. We have another dragon spawning here in just a minute. Ooh, very, very deep here from the Yoni. He's going to keep that.
He goes in, does manage to dodge out on the parallel conversions for now, but has to go back eventually. Holy Spartan is getting run down in the top side, but in the meantime, his mid laner is getting shut down. Holy Spartan might even get away here. Esports Demos picks it up with the last auto there. This is a weirdly action-filled top lane for what is a Lulu Amumu, eh?
Yeah, I mean, top lane is definitely a lane where, like, you know, it's not the best use of your efforts, but sometimes ganks there are just so free. You know, you're probably going to have some kind of CC. If not, you're going to have someone who has a lot of damage in their kit. But what you might not have is a dragon nearby to take afterwards. Yoni's coming up in 2 seconds, but we have 20 seconds until that dragon spawns right there. He's going to have to be quick if he wants to guarantee this second dragon here of the game for his team. Very, very big if you want to get rolling.
And this is a really big spike for him as well. Like you already mentioned, the Phantom Dancer has come in, but Corki doesn't really have one to mirror it. So I expect this to go in Plumbers Union's favor and take a little bit of a fumble, I think, from them to miss this. And that
Corki
might
has
be
the package, though.
Bush is going to potentially go down here, forced to use the wild growth, but no flash available for him. Means that he's kiting back into the brush. Does manage to get away as a huge Amumu locks up 3, and Perky the Parrot is chasing down Grant. 4,000 IQ, using the zonies, but now quality player. Zoning out Perky. The dive in from Holy Spartan hasn't killed anybody just yet, but the health bars are blinking for Plumbers Union. And even after that scary bandage toss into ult, it seems like we might be getting PBM taking this dragon. Perky, he overstays, and that's going to be that. But you know who else is overstaying? It's Grant. And Esports Demos, he's just walking this one out. Even escapes the bullet time there. PBM with one more hook would do it. And that's going to be the kill onto Demos.
I was going to say, that was a completely different team fight there if Yoni had his ultimate to combo with that Amumu right there. Unfortunately, he is going to have it again here in another 10 seconds. Maybe look for the steal right there. I mean, he has his E to get in, but he doesn't have a smite, so I don't really know what his plan here. Blue team, going with the...
He looks for the steal, but the CC is there. Does manage to get away with 1 kill, make it 2 there onto the Nautilus. 4,000 IQ is going to be the trade, though. Quality is being gone in on there by the Fate Sealed. Bush trying to escape right now as Grant going into the Dragon Pit as well. Will find yet another kill. 6-0-3 on Misfortune.
I was about to say, this damage is a little ridiculous. Looking at all these kills, 650 gold shutdown. Grant is just popping off here on this kind of a pick. This is Misfortune performance. This is an insane series for that champion. You know, you don't see it all the time, but we are seeing it here today on Sunrise Rift. Ooh, big dive.
Perky is standing still, and it doesn't go
This guy,
down.
did he
Shockingly.
DT? Oh, he has the ultimate.
Enchanted
Yes.
Crystal, but Flash Forward will clean him up. Now, teleport being channeled into the bot side as well will be the dissuasion. Is a little bit awkward there. Caught out is Perky the Parrot and goes down, making him 0 and 3.
Yeah, honestly, it just kind of looked like that guy was lagging right there. I'm not
Mhm.
entirely sure what happened there for Perky the Parrot. He just stands on top of a W. Maybe he was just in the shop or something. He uses his ultimate to try to get away. No flash available just yet. Was not going to be enough. You know, Blade of the Rune King is a fairly big power spike for Ashe, but being 6-0-3 is also a very big power spike for any AD carry. Misfortune really, really showing what's up in this game. As well as the Corki right here, 3-1-3, very good damage scaling. This is looking like a rough game over here for PU.
Yeah, you're going to have to find some way to pull your team fight together because you just haven't been able to get that dream combo just yet, and it's costing you, and it's going to start costing you inside lanes and in 1v1s as well, as the gold does start to pile up. Already a 3k gold advantage for PBM.
Completely agree. Completely agree. PBM. This is the first time they've had an early lead. Did they have an early lead there in game 2? I don't think they did,
No,
right?
they didn't. Yeah.
Yeah. So these guys, you know, game 1 was rough. Game 2 got better. Game 3, they are now the ones in charge right here. Not something we anticipated seeing here in this series. Very, very interesting stuff indeed. Another dragon going to be spawning here in about another 2:45. Basically the only objective that most teams are looking to play around. Not really a lot of Baron fights we've seen or fights around the Rift Herald. Well, they are playing more supportive style top sides. That should be anticipated.
Yeah, and that's been the story for most of the game. You know, they've been putting the Lulu on duty up in the top side for Bush, and Holy Spartan has always been a tank player here at Risen, and continuing that is going to be no surprise that people like Lee Sinners and Quality choose to spend their time towards that bot side and get the utility from the top side instead. What does start to worry me, though, is that this finally is an Infernal Soul. Nice flash from Grant, will get away.
Ooh, yeah. Really, really good stuff right there. And yeah, it's the same Infernal Soul that we saw there in that game 1. Something we didn't see in game 1, though, was a tie here in terms of the Dragons taken. We are looking for PhD in mid lane, looking for that all in there against Holy Ninja. A lot of damage on that champion, though. Probably not going to be enough to kill.
It's one item, bro. Like, chill.
Yeah. I mean, it's one item, but I'm trying to get 1 kill over here is what I need there, or 6th kill, I guess, here on that Yoni. Any kind of pick we can get right here, minute and a half before this dragon spawns, is super for setting up vision, getting your team a little bit more priority on this spawn. He's in, he has that E cooldown, such a good ability on that champion, I gotta say.
Yeah, being able to just basically go in willy-nilly and know that you've got some sort of safety backing you up there is going to be huge. And now he's got the Lulu in his pocket as well. They could look even for a dive here. I'd like Bush to take the aggro, and he will temporarily, but a little bit of botched communication will mean that they don't end up getting that.
Yeah, it's a Maokai. You know, he has a very deceptive amount of health with all of his healing, and he's also a tank. You don't need to be diving this guy 18 minutes in this game. Meanwhile, Corki, really good package time. Received that first one in the top lane, but has had the second and third on perfect for these dragon spawns. Very, very good at using this, but it actually runs out fairly quickly. And we have another 35 seconds before this spawns. I'm not entirely sure if it's going to be available the full time for this guy. He might have to make a play right here at this tower.
Yeah, Rift Herald as well being dropped in the mid lane. Maybe this is what it's about, is opening up that map, as that Rift Herald will end up finding the first tower. Does a little bit of a moonwalk in the mid lane, at least on my screen.
Yeah, happens sometimes. But another 5v5 around the dragon is what we're looking for.
And we're just going to get a catch out again. Bush does start the team fight off, and huge Maokai ultimate locks up 3. PhD in mid lane is diving in, but doesn't get any kills as Lee Sinners trades back onto him as well. Demos is being chased down. Perky the Parrot as well, being pushed away on the side there, as Esports Demos does find one in return. Now, isn't quite tanky enough to be able to convincingly live through this. Bandage tosses his way away as Perky the Parrot, one more auto takes him down, and it won't even be that. It'll just be the machine gun. Esports Demos should be taken down here as well. Gets a lot of damage back onto Lee Sinners, but it's not quite enough, and that's going to be second dragon to PBM.
Yeah, Lee Sinners very, very low here on the Echo. It was 3 for 3, or 3 still alive on each team at one point, but boy, these team fights are just more and more on the side of PBM. You can see we have the very strong front line. We have the two 80 carries. We got tanks and 80 carries. You know what else do you need in life? Right there. That's League of Legends right there. And without the leads on these kind of champions, we have a slight lead there on the Yoni, but he is having a hard time making things happen on this kind of a pick. And the Blade of the Rune King on the Ashe, fairly good at DPSing, but when you're this far behind, your DPS isn't going to be that good. And it kind of just seems like you're going to be a little bit of an ultimate bot right here against a team that's not too good at getting picked off.
Yeah, that's your hope, right? Is that you're able to provide some sort of utility at this point. Only 300 gold in your pocket with completed boosts isn't going to be spelling a lot of good news stories. And PhD in mid lane, he's getting more assassinated by Grant than he's assassinating Grant.
Yeah, he is getting a lot of nice picks there, but unfortunately these picks are onto tanks, and while you're going after the tank, Misfortune is an auto range. She's hitting you for 300 every single time. That is just so much to deal with. And Misfortune, this champion has gotten fed every single time, and it makes me wonder if PU might actually go for the side switch over here just so they can have priority on that champion, because honestly, both these teams are making this pick look overpowered in this game.
It's that or change your bans, right? And it doesn't seem like either team is interested in doing that. So we might see the side swap coming out eventually, but something is going to have to change unless you come up with a way to deal with Misfortune. Even if you win this game as Plumbers Union right now, it's still a scary prospect to be playing into given the power that we've seen come out of this pick.
Yeah, I completely agree right here. And it's at times like this, I think a little bit about like kind of the mid lane meta. Yoni is a champion that he wants to be side laning, right? But he's playing in the mid lane right there, right? Because the enemy team can threaten an all in and he doesn't have teleport to get there immediately. However, he is kind of an assassin, so he wants to be going for the ignite. So it just really doesn't fit too well. It might be going for the all in though.
Nice bandage toss there as Demo saving his ultimate, is going to walk around, but Grant has to cancel the ult early. The bullet time goes down, but so does the Tantrum, locking up Lee Sinners as mid lane PhD takes out Grant in the backside, finally gets the assassination, and Perky the Parrot, he's just straight up autoing down Holy Spartan here. The tank does nothing, and Quality and Lee Sinners are on the retreat. PhD in mid lane, he's looking for him here, trying to make something happen, gets the shutdown onto the Echo, and now Quality player gets shut down by the Morgana as well. The turnaround miracle fight for Plumbers Union is taken at the 22-minute mark.
Oh man, that a lot of things happened that fight, but the one thing I really liked seeing was Esports Demo on that movement. The pure trigger discipline to not go for the instant ultimate, saying, all right, there's one guy right there, let's just hold on to this one for a second right there. He waits, two guys are much too out of position, about to go onto his back lane, instantly pop it. These guys cannot sit there in auto range for too long. They have to back out. We get some kills for Burke the Parrot. PhD in mid lane is going ham there on that Misfortune. PBM isn't able to do snap about it. And ultimately, it's going to be in the team fight and the Baron going the way of PE.
And that is absolutely massive. The fact that they get the Baron keeps them so much more relevant in this game than they had been just moments before. Now, with something like the Lulu Ashe having so much time, bought by, like you said, Esports Demos, they're able to turn a fight around, and PhD in mid lane really starts getting the necessaries onto Grant.
I completely agree. That Death Dance, such a huge pickup over there for that Yoni. It's a very, very efficient item on every single melee champion that's a good user of it. It's like, is that getting removed next season? But what's not getting removed is getting caught out at the blue buff right here. Echo, a little bit too deep right there, not actually going to get the blue buff.
Doesn't get the blue buff and might not even escape with his life. They're forced to ult right back into behind enemy lines. They're doing his best Quinn impression, but will go down for it.
Yeah, and with 30 seconds on that death timer, he's going to have only about a 15-second window before that dragon spawns there to get back. Without any stacks on that Medgice, that is not looking too good on that champion. That might end up being a dragon for free for the side of P, as well as the towers they're getting as well.
Yeah, it's at least the turret here, and like you say, dragon as well. This might actually be the most even game. No, this is the most even game that we've seen.
Yeah,
it's been
agree.
3 games now. It's not that hard to keep track of. This is the most even one of all of them. Holy Spartan is pushing in the mid lane, but it's just a consolation chunk.
Yeah. I think that they could have sent someone to stop him there in the mid lane, but they really do want this next dragon right here. They're committing all 5 members of it. maybe they could have sent guys over there to take that mid lane turret, you know, give up that dragon. It is only the second dragon for this team. Echo's going to look for the steal, actually.
Is he looking for the steal? Doesn't end up finding it. Nice smite from Esports Demos as the team fight has begun. Fate Sealed is used though, and it doesn't find Grant, which means that he's all the way in the backside. The Tantrum will come out, so will the QSS, and two are blown up in the front line, the Maokai and the Lulu. Quality player flashes forward, and that burns 3 flashes out of Plumbers Union, but they all stay alive. 3-3 is the score right now, and PBM retreat with mid lane prio.
Yeah, definitely. Really great stuff. They weren't able to get the dragon, but they were able to get a very good back end of that trade on the side of PBM right there. And I think the big factor in that was that Yoni wasn't really able to get on top of the Misfortune with his ultimate. I believe the ultimate, big ultimate there from the Ashe, actually.
Yeah, we'll see if this finds Grant here. Has done a good job of not getting killed too often here. And PhD mid lane is going to run out of the soul. Going to have to go all the way back, and suddenly is way far behind the play.
Yeah, definitely. Again, like I said, I'm pretty sure the ultimate, I'm not 100% sure on how the text is worded, but it brings you to the first person you hit with that instead of the last person, right? So he wasn't able to get on top of that Misfortune, get those auto Q, auto W resets in there, and really DPS that 80k like he was able to do in the previous fight. Really unfortunate considering the amount of work he was able to put in, but what it means is they weren't able to get that clean 5-0 team fight. Misfortune was just autoing in there with their ultimate as well.
Yeah, that and Misfortune having that free time is what changes fights from time to time. And it's actually something that I'm going to keep specifically focused on next time, is exactly how much space Misfortune has, because that's what's been the turning point, is whether PhD midline is getting time to tango. And we might just see another team fight really soon. There's no dragon here, but the teams are positioning as if they want to go at it.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of really interesting stuff we're looking at over here. Lee Sinner's trying to get the pick here on the Perky the Parrot.
Looks like he's going to be able to walk this one out. Ashe has the slows with the volley, but it's mid lane priority once again given over to PBM.
Completely agree right there. It looks like kind of a split call. Mumu's looking for an all-in. He has a really, really good bandage, but his team is not in position, unfortunately, right there. Really, really unfortunate stuff. And yeah, just extending the game a little bit longer. We're getting closer to that, 3-4 item Corki that I talked about a little bit about earlier, but again, such strong scaling there on that champion. We've seen good Misfortune ultimates, but we really haven't seen enough of the Corki menace that you can sometimes see in some games. Ooh.
Not just yet. I'd like to. Holy Spartan is going to be able to get out of there as well. I like that you talk about the Corki scaling and the gold here, because it's the first time that we're seeing the Gold League go back in the favor of Plumbers Union. And that's really fascinating to me, because it's not often that they actually lose the Gold League, even if they are losing the game like last time.
Yeah, I completely agree. Completely agree right there. More objectives coming up very soon. Baron up here in about another 50 seconds. Most teams really haven't been looking to fight around that there. It's been all about the dragons with these guys. And we have another one coming up here in about 1:45. One thing I am looking at right now is the builds. Again, full support there from that Lulu in the top lane. A lot of Abyssal Masks seen here on the tanks. The recurve bow is kind of interesting, though, on that Yoni. I assume he's going into a Wit's End, maybe a Blade of the Rune King, but ordinarily I would like to look for something like a GA there on that champion, especially with the amount of work that he's doing with this team. Kind of a weird pickup.
I think it's Wit's End for the passive. I see this kind of frequently into the Corki matchup, mainly because of the magic damage that Corki is able to pump out. It gives you a lot more staying power in that matchup, especially when coupled with things like the Death Stance.
Yeah, I completely agree. He's healing so much there on that autos, basically making up for not having Conqueror here on this champion, getting a much easier lane there from the fleet footwork. But, we haven't talked about this either. PBM is doing a lot of invades on the enemy buffs. This is something that we don't really see responses to too often by these guys. Ooh, but PhD mid lane might get caught out. Nice
Black Shield there will keep him from being so. Bush finally doesn't get caught to start a fight, and a flash ult from Demos starts it off fine, and we see PhD in mid lane trying to get into the backline. Is denied there. Lee Sin is still on the flank, looking for the assassination. Does find PhD, and the fight is turned around there. Bullet time finds one, and now Lee Sinner's chasing down on the backside. Plumbers Union is on the run. Bush gets jumped on there. Should be able to survive on the Lulu. Is quite fast here, and it's going to be just the team fight for PBM. No ace just yet, but it feels like it.
I think they might actually be able to end the game right here. About 25, 30 seconds on the death timers. They have double 80 carry and a tank to potentially tank the towers right here. This could be game 3 right here. Lulu just doesn't have the power to stop this.
No, it doesn't look like it. Lee Sinners is looking to dive as well. Bushton 911 goes down, and he does. That means that Grant is more than empowered to not only pick up that kill, but now be able to continue autoing the base. We were talking about double AD carry. There's nothing stopping them here, and it looks like we will be going to the game 3 with PBM on match point.
Ooh, man, yeah. Talk about flavorful right there. Bush did 9/11. I wouldn't say he was responsible for both of those towers falling, but he really wasn't able to do anything in response to it right there. Yeah, unfortunately, that game was looking like it was just one big team fight. They had the 30-second death timers. They had minions coming into the base right there. But yeah, unfortunately, Yoni, the reason they won that one big turnaround team fight, he got a very good ultimate, got on top of the Misfortune with that ultimate. No one in front, didn't get teleported right on top of the tank, was not able to do that in any of the follow-up team fights. He was always going right on top of the Nautilus, didn't have flash up to get on top of the Misfortune, was not able to get that pick. And ultimately, it's just going to be Misfortune autoing the rest of the team, you know?
Yeah, once she's not collapsed on, she's got so much free space to just pop, pop, pop. And the bullet time used so late in that fight cleans up 2 kills. I loved the way that Lee Sinners played around the side there. You know, like playing with the echo range, getting in, really turning over the kills that started the team fight off and going in when he was so low as well. Really respectable stuff.
Yeah, really, really great stuff right here. And what this will mean, we're going into the game. I think this is going to be game 4, actually. Yeah, it's 2-1 right now in favor of PBM, not game 3 like we were talking about. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, we're going into game 4.
Okay, we're going into game 4 right here. This will be the potential match point over here for replace PBM. We didn't see them quite as clean there in the game 1, but they've tightened it up a lot. They're still picking very, very good team comps, playing to their wins, to their win conditions. And, you know, maybe we ban the Misfortune here in game 3. I guess that might be the decision. Maybe the champion's OP. I just want to see a different AD carry play.
After that, Misfortune is the one thing that has a 100% win rate this series. I'm actually really surprised. Plumbers Union also had the 100% going into this, having, like you said, swept from the quarterfinals here, and PBM looking to justify their regular season seeding here, are proving why they were so highly ranked and got the bye going into semis, obviously sweeping that, moving into the finals here. I'm curious to see if this match point really does spell doom for Plumbers Union, or whether PBM will give a little bit of a breath of life back to the team that has squandered what looked like a great game 1. We'll find out what happens once we get into the pro draft and subsequent game after a short break.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear, driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear, like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun, running, no, hold on, don't let go. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running low. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running low. Keep running low. Running low, keep running. I'm running low, keep running. Like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running low, keep running. I'm running low, keep running. Like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun.
Welcome back, folks. We're getting into game 4 here. PBM versus Plumbers Union has been more of a banger than I had any right to expect here, in a totally different way. Games being blown open from all sides, and we might finally see the bands changing up here because Misfortune is the only thing with a 100% win rate, and Plumbers Union are finally switching sides.
Yeah, we are seeing, we're hopefully going to be seeing something different here. So far, it's been a lot of the same, but, we had a little bit of chatter there in the pregame lobby, maybe keeping the Samira open. I don't know. Might make for a really interesting game, though. But so far, it's looking like more of the same. Cassio,
Yeah.
Lucian, as well as LeBlanc. Probably going to see the Silas and Leona. Ooh, Leona banned before Silas. That might be pretty interesting.
Yeah, we're mixing up the order a bit, and you know what that means? Like maybe we get a little bit of spice here. Samira, though, gosh, we're really not changing anything. PBM, though, they're the ones that have to decide whether you give the Misfortune. They will decide not to.
Ooh, this is, I like seeing this. This is making me happy right here. I like seeing the Misfortune ban. What this means, though, is that we are going to have the Silas open, potential for a first pick, maybe. But it does mean no more Misfortune. in my games right there. Jin actually going to be the first pick up there for that AD carry. Has a lot of good matchups there in the current meta for him. Not the strongest AD carry, but can be snowballing and can pack a serious punch there.
Not my favorite AD carrier to first pick, just because of the counter ability, especially by things like tanks, but doesn't seem like PBM are paying too much attention to it right now. They lock in the Echo for themselves, which is going to have a fun time, and Nautilus, the other power pick for the series there, is going to be locked in.
Oh, yeah, we love to see it. We love to see it right there. Going to be picking up that Echo in the Nautilus. Like you said, Jin, not the strongest champion against those tanks right there. Nautilus, I will confirm, is a tank. But you know who is a tank killer? Mordekaiser there in the top lane, trying to avoid those kind of picks with a very strong pick and a Silas in the jungle. Exactly what we want to see right there.
Oh, yeah. Yes, let's go! Plumbers Union! They are turning back the clock to last week. The Mordekaiser was such a huge hit in the top side for Bush, and we're all having PTSD about how much PhD in mid lane was able to one-shot folks on the Silas here. Already 2 good ultimates picked up. Let's see what else he can pick up. He can grab a Kennen ultimate.
Maybe not the best ultimate, for the Silas right there. Like, yeah, he likes to go all in, but Kennen is a champion that is build real. I don't know. You can build basically the same items on Silas. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's not. I don't really know. But I'm looking forward to this game right there. Go for something like the, Graves, maybe at least Sin, maybe some kind of AD stuff in the jungle, have a strong early game carry into those big tanky boy power spikes later. They will be banning out the Pantheon, though. Very interesting. I mean, I wouldn't really call this a Pantheon lane in the bot lane. I think, does he win against the Nautilus?
Pantheon is going to have a pretty good time against most folks. I want to say that he does because of his ability to re-engage and take basically no damage. Also, very quick correction, it is going to be the Maokai, not the Kennen there, as it was quickly taken back. They locked in the Kennen, they were like, no, wait, it's like, it's a bug, it's Maokai.
I mean, I still like the Maokai ultimate on the sides. These are all some very, very big things for him to use right here. But the Vi, not something I anticipated. Maybe we have a big Vi player in esports demos. She probably would have been pretty good here. Actually, packs a punch there in the early game. Very fitting of that champion. But yeah, not something I anticipated. We already have 2 melee champions. Could definitely justify the Graves pickup right here, especially if he's going to be playing against the Echo. But Echo into Silas, that's can go either way, really. Maybe not as good as seeing the Rumble, though, picked up there in the mid lane. This guy is a terror in the most matchups. I dread the day I have to play against the Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble is going to feel really, really good into, I want to say Silas, but also everybody, just because of the equalizer, especially onto Jin here. Yeah. It will confirm that Echo's going into the jungle.
Okay. I like seeing it. I mean, I'd say it could be the Maokai support, Echo mid lane, but we already have the Nautilus right here. So all we have left to pick is that AD carry spot right there. He's going to have to play against the Jin and the Pike. A return to form here for 4,000 IQ. We saw him games 1 and 2. Didn't get that game 2 win, but did get that game. Ooh, Zachary in the jungle right there. A little bit light on attack damage, but he still has the carry potential with that kind of pick. Is this my man a Zach main?
I am so happy. I don't know if he's a Zach main per se in his own solo queue, but I do know that I was a huge fan of the Zach last week. I don't know. Picture this, Danielson. You're in a team fight, and it's going really well for you, and all of a sudden, Zach, who you forgot existed, plummets into your backline, where you have 3 of your carries, and you start screaming, but it's already too late. The goo has covered you, and Silas has found his way with the neon glow.
Yeah, real quick though, is this going to be a Kindred AD carry?
Yes, this is okay. Yeah, PBM actually do play Kindred AD carry. This is totally legit.
Okay. I think Kindred is a very good space at the moment in the jungle role. I don't really know about the bot lane, not really her typical role. However, I am looking at the chat right now. I have my man Missed Shockwave over here telling me that XD ? Why would you pick Rumble into Silas? It's one of his worst matchups. So maybe it is a slightly more favored Silas matchup right there. However, I will say the average rank in League of Legends is Silver 1. So I don't know much about this Miss Shockwave guy, but he needs to stop typing, in my opinion. Anyway. You talk.
I'm ready. I'm gonna save us from this one. I was going to say Kindred AD carry is coming more into the meta, and I don't know if you know Chilling Walk, but he's a big fan of it. I've seen him playing it a lot recently, and so I'm gonna take my faith there with my color casters and go with the Kindred AD carry. Good pick here. I'm not entirely certain if it's ideal in this specific scenario though,
Yeah.
because
They have
Plumbers
a lot of
Union,
displacement. You know, they
yeah.
can easily like pull him out of his ultimate. You know, Jin Pike, that's a lot of power. And Kindred doesn't really have the strongest early game, I don't think. Am I correct about that?
I mean, I'm more of a Kindred jungle person, but
Yeah.
into this specific lane, yeah, Kindred's not going to be really good. It's more of like a, I want to say maybe an Ashe lane where we're able to dance around and sustain, with things like the inherent sustain that Kindred gets for wanting to be a jungle champion. With the extended range though that she gets later on, it really does sort of level you up, much in the same way as Senna used to, but with a lot better gold efficiency.
Yeah, I think what it really does mean is she is going to be going looking for a priority on that bot lane scuttle crab. You know, maybe we're going to see them planning their backs around that. It could be very, very big. You know, I'm very excited to see these picks come out right here. You know, we have a lot of magic damage here on both sides. The AD carries are the only sorts of AD. What was that? Okay. Thank you. All right. Yeah, the AD carries are really the only source of AD. Pike coming in there mainly does true damage with his ultimate, although in lane he does have a lot of AD, you know, getting in there, getting those auto attacks, but not a lot of space to do that with a full lethality build on that champion. Either way, I'm really liking a lot of these matchups right here. Mordekaiser into the Maokai, Silas into Rumble, if it is good, as my man Miss Shockwave says. But Zach here in the jungle, always packing a surprise. And Jin Pike, that just seems like a winning matchup in the Kindred Nautilus for me. I don't know about you, man.
Yeah, it does. It does seem really winning, and actually, I want to extend that to all the lanes. I feel like Plumbers Union. Again, there's a little bit of contention around the mid lane, but given the performance that I've already seen out of Silas, and specifically PhD in the mid lane on Silas, I'm going to give that small, maybe what we'll call skill matchup over to him for right now. It's benefit of the doubt because I'm seeing Plumbers Union only on picks they've smashed on. And granted, we saw the Amumu last game, and that was a really good look for them last week as well, because if PBM turn this around, they've just decimated everything that Plumbers Union have been strong on.
Ooh, completely agree. This would potentially bring us to a game 5 right here. Both teams are going to have a lot of tools to be working with here. We have a lot of engage, a lot of, you know, we have the Silas. He has a lot of good ultimates he can take in right there. And boy, this is just looking like an action-packed game 4 right here. Would you agree?
Oh, I so agree, and I cannot wait to see both these teams hit the rift. I want to talk about the game more, but I know that there's so much action yet to come. We'll have a little bit of time to dissect it once we get into Summoner's Rift itself. So I'm going to throw it to a break, take a couple deep breaths to calm myself down, because this is going to be a series, ladies and gents. Whether it ends here or not, you're sure to get your money's worth. We'll see you in a bit.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running low. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running low. Keep running low.
Welcome onto the Rift, ladies and gents. It's game 4. We have swapped sides. Plumbers Union approaching from the south, PBM from the north, and we might even get a spice of the level 1 here as PBM, they're moving up towards the top side of the map. They got that Nautilus in their pocket. Can they get a first blood?
Ooh, yeah, and I like seeing the invades here from Nautilus, but boy, that Kindred skin, what am I looking at right there? That's looking nice.
That's like a chroma of the Spirit Blossom, eh?
Yeah. Looks like she's got the fox there on Wolf. That's a Firefox, good browser in my opinion. But hey, we are getting into this game right there. We do have that's interesting actually. The Doran's ring picked up there on that Mordecai. So, oftentimes you can't see champions like the Akali or the Vladimir just go that instead of the shield there for the stats. And this is definitely a matchup where you can make a lot of use here out of those stats. Really, really interesting. Indeed, I'm looking forward to this kind of a matchup.
I am too. And you've got me sort of mulling over the idea of sponsored skins right now. Like we could have Firefox Kindred.
I mean, we basically have Gucci or Louis Vuitton skins,
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, like there was a big I don't know, there was a Reddit post like 5 years ago or something on League of Legends subreddit. It's just like, what will League of Legends look like 10 years from now or something? It's just like, oh, we're gonna have United Airlines Corky or something like that, or Duracell.
That's a great idea.
Canon. It kind of ruins the magic of the game a little bit. Wouldn't you agree?
I guess so, but there's been that controversy with Seraphine recently too. People feeling like
How she ruins the
Seraphine
game.
in real life, yeah, and like how her
Uh,
splash art doesn't match up and stuff. So, I think we're just moving towards a greater game of chess here on the Rift, because that's what it's really about for me. Is seeing the teams really go toe to toe and sort of play the board their own ways.
yeah, I completely agree right here. We learned in chat recently that this is actually a very good lane matchup for Silas if he goes for a Q max right here. However, level 1, I still got to give that one over to Rumble. The Q doesn't really do too much damage over here on the Silas. He had his magic damage shield on his Eve removed a while ago, if I'm correct about that. And yeah, that Q just deals so much damage there on the Rumble, as well as you can get your shield going on the Rumble right there. Just so many tools to be working with there in those early levels. But hey, the top lane's definitely my Kaiser favorite.
Oh, yeah, and Bush is demonstrating that not only to us, but to Holy Spartan, who has not known suffering like this for a while. That being said, he weathered the Lulu matchup rather well, and ideally will be able to do the same thing here. The thing is, Mordekaiser, where Lulu starts to fall off, is not going to have the same problem.
Ooh, hold up. Yeah, we are getting a pause right here. Hold up.
I'm holding. I got no choice.
What am I? I'm reading the chat real quick. Hold up.
Okay, I'm ready.
Mid. Oh, yeah, that happens. Bro, that's a DTC line, not a PU line. Shut up. What actually happened, though, for casters? Yeah, I would like to learn that, actually. Thank you for asking the question. Esports demos. Not entirely sure what is the reasoning for the pausing, but all we have now is that apparently quality player might have done himself a solid there in his own pants. However, we don't really have any updates, though. What we do have updates, though, is the jungle pathing. It looks like Echo might be going for some kind of a play here in the bottom lane, but with the minions pushed up the tower, he probably doesn't have the option of doing that. Meanwhile, Zach has gotten his full clear off and is scaling up. Interesting game right here. What am I reading in the chat? Sorry, fix now, waiting on teammates.
I don't know. We're working on the thing that I wanted to point out there with Lee Sinners going bot, though, is that you're relying on PBM to land a hook, which is a bet that I'm pretty willing to take, given the way the past 2 games have gone. PBM has looked really solid on the Nautilus, and if you can get something going here, it's all the better for what we talked about as being maybe a questionable AD carry pickup.
I completely agree. Completely agree right here. Book Time just got a gamer chamber bot way cheaper. Okay. This is just a dirty chat right here. You guys can't see it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we're having a little bit of shenanigans in the chat. We're going to take this to a break and maybe pop back once everybody has cleaned themselves up and is ready for the 4th game that I think deserves a little bit more ceremony, at least from me. So
yeah.
Give it a second here. We'll be right back. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll come right back at you with the remainder of this game. I'll see you soon.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear, driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear, like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun, running, no, hold on, don't let go. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We finally returned from the pause that did leave us in a little bit of suspense about the gank. It seems like Lee Sinners decided not to go for it, not having the faith in PBM to land the hook. But bot lane's still pinging for assistance. They might still try and make a play happen.
Yeah, it looks like they are trying to actually get priority on that bot lane scuttle and are giving it over to the Kindred. Who's last hitting that? Did the Kindred last hit that?
Oh, I wish I could tell you. I panned over just a little bit too late. I don't believe that she needs to do that anymore, though. With the change to Kindred about, like, you know, having your team help you secure the camps, I believe you just need to participate in the kill. So it's entirely possible that Lee Sinners did walk away with that one.
Okay. Like to see it. I like giving a little bit of gold there on my 80 carry. Echo's actually invading here on these. She does have one mark. Will confirm. Gamer time over here if you're Kindred.
There we go. This is good. It's 1 of 4, right? You got to get the 4 to get the extended range. And once you do, you really come online as a laner. For now, though, Nautilus is going to be helping out. And Lee Sinners basically committing to just straight up vertical jungling right now. Gave up his Raptors to Zach as well.
Yeah. Will that pay off? We have yet to see. You know, you are giving up a lot by really babying the Kindred in the early game. You know, it does give Zach that slightly quicker 6. Which can be a little difficult. He's a good champion with his level 6 ultimate.
Yeah, that's really scary, right? Waiting until the level 6s do start to pick up, because that's when Plumbers Union also start to come online. I want to say even Zach, once he hits that level 5, you know, that's really when you start being a little bit of danger as lanes, giving time over to the side of Plumbers Union to get their bearings, to have Bush be able to come away with things like a CS lead in this top side is dangerous for you, and you're putting a lot of eggs in the Kindred basket. Right now, though, PhD just straight up fighting quality player in the mid lane.
Ooh, yeah, I love to see. He did use that teleport to come back to the lane. Meanwhile, Rumble does have a Ignite, which he actually is going to use right there.
Yeah, the Ignite reducing the heal from Kingslayer. Pretty big.
Yeah, very good tool to be using right there. But Echo trying to make himself known in the mid lane as well, flashing it.
Kingslayer was back up, and that's the only thing that saved PhD in mid lane's life right there. There's a lot of damage out of that Echo, even if he doesn't have Dark Harvest and items, and he is going to be forced to back soon. The problem is he doesn't have teleport, so we've got Esports demos coming up to assist him. Level 6 is hit by quality, though. If they want to fight, it's going to be the equalizer drop. First blood goes over to the side of PBM. Nicely played. Seems like we may have lost you there. Hello? All right, I'm missing myself and Daniel.
Ooh, yeah,
there we go.
Really great stuff. Unfortunately, all right, yeah, or whatever devices. So my voice connection is a little wacky.
Okay, I'm not sure if you guys can hear that.
Not entirely sure what that is about. Anyway, we do have that first drag. Yeah, I've got like one more. How about you just a little bit? I don't know if they can hear me.
Okay, this is a little bit spooky. We're sorting out the audio issue here, but for right now, you're saved because there's no real action going on, and realistically, we're just farming up to our items. A little bit of greed there in the mid lane from PhD, who unfortunately, you know, not really flaunting his education there, will start to fall behind a little bit, but Demos is waiting in the wings. They're trying to make a play back on a quality player. The equalizer is available, and no flash on quality means that this should be an easy kill here. Equalizer still waiting, though, and they're saving it all, letting quality player be chunked out, and instead, being in a safe position under his tower, maybe not wanting to take this dragon just yet, but it's a bit of an odd play for me there. In the meantime, Bush having a great time with Holy Spartan in the top side. PSG in mid lane finally drops the equalizer, but flashes away there. Really, I don't know. This is striking me as very strange. Holy Spartan as well, getting the better of Bush. 9-11 gets taken down, and this is a big, scary story for Plumbers Union, who I had at least expected to be coming away with the victory right here. 2 kills going over to red side, maybe even make it 3. There's equalizer, gets dropped a second time. PhD getting chased down. The ignite drops once more time, killing that Kingslayer where he stands, and that's Dragon as well as a kill.
Ooh, yeah, you don't want to be giving that away. Just as I don't want to be giving away the fact that I can't really tell where you are. My game paused for a second, and I don't know where we are. Could you count your time real quick?
Absolutely. 13, 8-14, 8-15, 16, 17.
All right, 18, 19, 20.
21. Perfect.
All right, I'm about a second behind you, but it doesn't really matter. Either way, Dragon is getting finished up right here. As long as you guys can hear my beautiful Gucci voice over here, you can hear me say, boy, this is an impressive early game over here from the side of these guys. This is not how I expected this to be going to be playing out. This is not a return to form here that we hope for from the Plumbers Union.
No, Danielson, I have longed for your analysis because it's what I need you to save me from here in this bot side. Right now, it's going to be the hook under the turret, though. PBM, nice ultimate from Kindred, will save them from that pike. But in the top side, plays are being made by Plumbers Union, trying to get their foot into this game. Holy Spartan going low here. One more obliterate will take him down, but Esports Demos takes it with the auto. That's going to be a little bit awkward there, but a kill is a kill is a kill. And 13.7k keeps them even right now for the side of Plumbers Union.
Yeah, Esports Demo saying, man, I saw that solo kill. You don't deserve this right here. But what they do deserve is that Scuttle Crab there in the bot side. Second stack over there for Kindred. Has Jin up right there, but will not be able to get any additional kills there with that pick. Hopefully she can get to 4. I like seeing a Kindred pop off.
Oh, yeah, we're halfway there. So, give it a little bit more time and give it a little bit of space to see what she ends up buying as well, because I'm pretty sure she builds traditional AD carry, but we might end up seeing a Storm Razor as well. I'm really, really hazy on Kindred itemization. If anybody in chat wants to give me a helping hand, that's what I would really appreciate right now. PSG in mid lane steals Lee Sinner's ultimate to try and survive here, but Lee Sinner's not going to be feeling the same way right now. Is being chased down, has his own ultimate to try and get away, but everybody's expecting it and chasing him down slowly. Now, going to be trying to get out here. Perfectly predicted by Esports Demos. Giga Smurfs over the wall.
Yeah, 9. I mean, it might be Pike with that name, but that was definitely a 4,000 IQ right there. Nice. I think that was blind, actually. I don't think they actually had vision. Yeah, really, really great job over here from Esports Demos on the Zac. He is, he's 2-0. He's got himself shut down very, very high up on CS. 20, full 5 camps above that actor. That is not something you see too often. Really, really great job here by Esports Demos.
Yeah, we might even see more happening in this bot side as PBM going to be able to hook out of here right now. Demos trying to look for the kill here. No ultimate just yet. Is going to be channeled right now by the Jin, but 4,000 IQ ends up picking up the kill with the Ignite. It's a kill. A kill is a kill is a kill, is what we're saying.
I mean, yeah, you love seeing that kill going down there onto the real carries, but unfortunately, that's not how it's going to be. It is going to be Jin. He does have his BF sword right here, probably going to get it back. And right now, in terms of builds, though, we are seeing, looks like the Blade of the Rune King going up there on that Kindred. I mean, yeah, they are building a lot of health. Pretty good right there. I mean, I like going for a little bit of crit there on that champion. I know in the jungle, a lot of people are figuring out that Yomu's Ghost Blade is extremely good there on that champion. However, you're not dashing across the map. You're just going in there for the DPS. So maybe it's the pickup. I don't know the science, man. Do you know the science?
Dude, it's not science, bro. It's dark tech at this point. Kindred ADC is new to us all. Right now, I am at least relieved that we've got a little bit of an even game here because Plumbers Union, I was getting worried there with the early game coming out of PBM. It seems like they've stalled that out for a little bit. PSG in mid lane, though, still the focus as Demos is being taken down. Passive going to be popped right now. PSG in mid lane trying so hard to defend his jungler, but there are 3 people here, and it's not going to be enough time. PSG in mid lane gets hooked as well. PBM beautifully done there, will secure another kill, and they're trying to punish this in the bot side. They know that he's not around. Grant gets hooked up. Can he survive for long enough here? The ultimate is available for 4,000 IQ. The Lamb's Respite going to be dropped early on, and that means total death here. The slow Lance, 4,000 IQ, though, doesn't actually have the ultimate cooldown up. Fortunately, gives the kill over to Perky the Parrot, and that's some nice kill allocation. The first one we've seen this game from Plumbers Union.
Yeah, really, really great stuff over there from Perky the Parrot. They won't be getting that bonus gold there with that Pike ultimate. Really unfortunate. But yeah, PhD in the mid lane kind of seemed like he misplayed. I believe he had his teleport available right there. If he would have backed up a little bit, both him and the Zac probably could have gotten out of that one alive. Really, really unfortunate stuff there for that one. Either way, though, he won't be the carry there for his team, but his bot lane is certainly doing very, very well. Great to see it over here for Perky the Parrot at 400 IQ. In the games that they've won, they're doing really well, but in the games that they've lost, they have been doing badly. So this is looking good over here for PU.
This is actually a solo kill. I did not expect to see Zac take down Echo in a 1v1.
I mean, Zac has a deceptive amount of damage in that Champions kit. This is not something you ever expect to see, but I mean, like, if he ever decides to go for like the components there of the Leandres, which he can go for, I even see sometimes people going for Sork boots. It can be a disgusting amount of damage with that champion.
See if he can make it work in the mid lane here, but quality player, nice dodge out there. Can he dodge the hook from 4,000 IQ? Yes, he can. 5,000 IQ on quality player, even looking to turn it around now that he's got the backup of PBM, and even without the jungler being up, they're still securing dragon priority.
Definitely. Unfortunately, they will not get that dragon before Echo does respawn. He is going to be back on the map, and he is going to get a back off actually before Zac does. That is actually pretty good there for the side of PBM if they are looking to take this dragon immediately. Looks like that they are. Kindred very, very close to this. Are they just looking to start it?
Yeah, I think they're just starting up this dragon here, and it's not going to give Plumbers Union a lot of options to approach. But there we go. It's going to be de-leashed for now as we're still looking to get some lane priority. Perhaps doubting their position a little bit since Death from Below is up. Actually, all of the ultimates available as well as the flash from Perky the Parrot. There are a lot of tools to use.
I completely agree. Really great stuff here. We do have the Infinity completed there on the gen. Flashing in from PBM, though.
Flash for depth charge. It's going to be answered by the teleport here. No kills found just yet, and that's a very tanky Zac. PhD in mid lane comes in with the Echo ultimate. Going to be able to pick up one, make it two. Lee Sinners going to go down here soon enough. Does use the ultimate to get away, and actually is going to be able to dodge his way out. Doesn't get hooked up. Doesn't get locked down. Lee Sinners goes right back in on 4,000 IQ. Flashing away is this Pike. Lee Sinners takes down Perky the Parrot. Flash forward from PhD in mid lane will secure him and goes right back in on a quality player. This is going to be a 2v2 for the ages, though, because this is a Fan Rumble who's being slowly taken down. Flashes away, but it's not going to do anything. Silas gets the shutdown and 3 kills and turns the game around.
Yeah, really, really quick thinking there. Rumble cannot cast his abilities while he is overheated, and he still had over half a bar of overheat as the Pike was thinking to go in or not. Something we didn't notice is Bush did 9/11 did have his teleport canceled there by Holy Spartan. I believe he did commit the flash to do so, but looks like he's actually not going to have to do much out of his own ultimate over here. Really unfortunate stuff. Does have the Leandre, so this should continue to be a very good lane here. For that Mordekaiser, who's just so tanky on the side of Holy Spartan, though.
Yeah, as long as Mordekaiser can continue to get his items, not be denied farm by the Maokai, which seems weird, he is going to scale to a point where Holy Spartan will be irrelevant. For right now, Holy Spartan is feeling pretty even, especially with the healing that is provided to him and no anti-healing coming out of Bush.
Yeah, definitely right here. We are seeing a play on the bot side. Zac is available, and Echo is waiting in the wings. Meanwhile, Bush 9/11 just getting some more of that really good harass there under tower. But both the mid laners actually looking like they want something else from this over here. This is an interesting fight looking like.
Demo's going low right now. Nice depth charge from PBM. Catches him out, but will be able to get out for now. Perky the Parrot is instead the sacrificial lamb as he gets chilling smoked, and the equalizer is dropped there. Quality player not finding the kill is pretty big, but they've forced all of Plumbers Union away from the dragon once again. PhD in mid lane trying to find some vision control in the meantime.
Yeah, it's times like this that, boy, Jim really just does feel like a mobile AD carry, getting all that attack speed there, or the move speed from those crits. But, ooh, big all in here from PhD.
PhD mid lane doesn't have the ultimate available, just gets shut down one more time. Gives a huge shutdown over to quality player, 700 gold that is.
Yeah, that is not a champion you want to be giving too much gold over there. too, but really unfortunate by PhD mid lane. It seems like every time he wants to make a play, Lee Sinners is always waiting in the wing, but he's going to have to play against the Zac right there.
Spartan has teleported down here, gets the lockup onto Perky the Parrot, and that's a pick as easy as you like. That's why support Maokai is a thing, and he absolutely takes you down right there. Is going to secure Drake priority right now, and Demo's on 4,000 IQ. They're looking for a way into this pit, but the Dragon is being burned down, and they're not going to be able to get in there fast enough. Dragon 2 goes to PBM.
Yeah, I was going to say, Zac is a champion that is very good at stealing. Unfortunately, it was going to be, they had 5 members on it, so they didn't have a slow enough dragon that he really had time to react to that. So, unfortunately, he will be going at second dragon over there to the side of PBM. They are 2-1 right now. 2 dragons is enough to make you really start sweating over on the side of PU. This could be the 3rd victory that they need to close down this series.
Yeah, there's no misfortune on the board, but the other thing that is still powerful, even if it's not unbeatable, is that first dragon, especially if you get those first 3 under your belt, and another Mountain Soul is going to be a little bit harder for Plumbers Union to deal with. With this composition...
Real quick. You know what's even more powerful than that? Getting rated by Risen Esports 2 with a rating party of 44. Shout outs to Risen Esports 2. We love getting some more viewers in there, but I don't think Bush to 911 gets like getting caught out right here.
No, I mean, we might like more people, but Bush isn't really enjoying it as much. That being said, the party has really started with PhD in mid lane, who does join up. Demos picks up a kill for now. PhD in mid lane, he's chasing that Holy Spartan. That's a lot of MR, and I doubt that we get this Maokai kill today. They go under the turret for it for now.
Yes, the Echo ult.
This isn't happening. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Holy Spartan is just like, that Q is just such a strong individual ability there on that Maokai. Looks like they might actually look for the re-engage.
This is happening. Nicely done. Okay, fair enough. You know what? I was outplayed. It was my bad.
Okay. Yeah. You know, you get the Pike in there. You have a little bit of physical damage to work with. You love to see it.
I'm a big fan of the Pike here.
Hold up.
Demos, gets taken quite low. Hook onto PhD in mid lane as well. God, PBM is such a monster.
Yeah. This guy, he's just looking like Nautilus, like a completely other champion right there. I didn't think he was this good in the support role, but this man is making him look insanely good.
Yeah, even without the misfortune this game. Kindred now working the Executioner's Calling. It seems like we're going to get a little bit more utility from this role than we're used to seeing out of the AD carry position. At least for now, diverting 800 gold into a side thing is really putting a lot of faith into everybody else to pick up that damage wave scale.
Completely. I love to see it. Love to see it right there. Almost as much as I'd love to see another dragon spawning in here. About another 245. Like we said, the name of the game for both these teams, playing around these dragons. Nautilus Hook does take priority there. And his displacement ability, where he's able to get himself out of that. Similar to a Jarvan, EQ, or sometimes the rocket jump actually works that way there on the Tristan. A lot of interesting interactions right there. But hey, probably not going to be going for this Baron here. It is 22. Yeah, over 20 minutes, but we're just going to be waiting here for another dragon.
Yeah, and we're going to see Bush waiting to continue to scale up as well. Still no anti-healing on him, is working on the Morellonomicon, but we saw how hard it is to take down this Maokai, and it's going to be equally hard to take down Quality, especially when he's 2v2ing. The HD in mid lane does manage to take him down, though, and Lee Sinners now is on the retreat. Lots of burst damage out of that Silas. Not even a completed Leandry's on him, but the duo is unstoppable.
Oh, yeah, you love to see it over here. Silas, a lot of burst. Zac, a deceptive amount of burst. Overall, it's going to mean dead this guy, but hopefully a dead Anchorman, too.
Yeah, PBM does go down. Death from below secures a kill, but the trade is on. Perky the Parrot, the 4th shot, does so much damage, and now Grant, he's well and truly dead. There is Kindred caught out all on her own, is never a good sign. Even Pink's coming down onto the Baron right now, as it seems like Plumbers Union, they want to take this advantage and convert it into something a little bit more solid.
Yeah, this is not something we've been seeing too often from these guys. Usually they're just like getting it safe, playing around the dragon, getting a little bit of vision tempo, but they're not going to be going for the Baron. Just getting the mid lane tier 1. Pretty good objective, though, I will say.
Yeah, this is smart. I respect the other play, but I like the idea of going for these safe objectives and going for the map control that this will give you.
Yeah, and this is actually going to open up a lot for them in terms of back when this next dragon will spawn here in a second. I think Pike should look for going to just get a solo there on that Kindred mark on that Baron's Scuttler right there, and then we can look for the dragon here in 45. Good back timers.
Yeah, right now only 3 marks on the Kindred as well. We talked about the 4 marks being when she comes online. Denying things like that Scuttle that you had mentioned just now is going to be really important because you're keeping her from spiking so much earlier. But you know what else PBM are thinking of denying?
What are they denying?
They're hoping to deny the dragon, man. It's spawning in 20 seconds. Let's go.
Yeah, I was about to say, Esports Demos is playing it high and loose here with these back timers right here. He walked into his own jungle before he even wanted to go for his own back channel right there. And what it's going to mean is we have 5 seconds till the dragon spawns here, but it looks like he might not be here in time for this. They have a quick dragon on the side of PBM.
Yeah, they don't have all 5 members at the moment, and Demos is pretty tanky, clearing up vision. The other thing that I want to hype up going into this fight is Perky the Parrot. He's big right now, and those 4th shots doing a lot of damage, but there goes Bush. He pulls in 3. That's a huge chunk out on 3 members. But in the meantime, Holy Spartan is going to be tanking up on the side. Equalizer drops, though, and it takes out Perky the Parrot.
Oh.
That's a massive turnaround. PhD in mid lane hasn't been able to pump out his damage just yet, but Bush didn't find his own kill. Grant claims that, and Esports Demos goes right back in. PhD in mid lane assassinates Lee Sinners on the backside, and now it's being kept alive by the Lamb's Breast, but they're trying to peel him off Grant, but it cannot be stopped. The Silas will go into the backside, then taken down. 4,000 IQ gets flashed away from Quality Player, just barely missing out on the death from below is Holy Spartan. Gonna find out that 2v1 is not where you want to be. 4,000 IQ barely escaping right here. And Demos has about as much sustain as the Maokai, so this is gonna be a lot of wet noodles slapping each other until somebody else shows up. 4,000 IQ is one of the people with a little bit more damage, though. This should be the retreat from both sides.
Oh, yeah, and this is just such a long fight that it looks like we might have time for the Jhin to respawn and walk all the way back here before anyone does any damage to this dragon. We also have the teleport available here from Silas coming up here in about another 8 seconds. This could be huge.
Yeah, if they can bait everybody in right now, this is massive. Perky the Parrot didn't get to do anything last time, but now maybe that changes. There's at least no ultimate on Quality player for 2 seconds, but it's just come back up. That is ridiculous. And we're going to start off the dragon, forcing yet another fight here. Plumbers Union, they're trying to burst this one down. Lee Sinners trying to get in here as well. Isn't anywhere near the dragon, but they turned off it completely. It's dropping to 1,400. Make it 1,000. Lee Sinners grabs the dragon there, and it's going to be the team fight as well. Quality Player and Grant, they're chasing down PhD in mid lane. That's a huge amount of burst coming out of the Silence. Make it 2 there, as Quality Player will drop. PhD in mid lane still staying alive, though, but the ultimate won't go through from the pike. Lee Sinners being chased down here, trying to survive for as long as he can. Maybe even turn this onto Esports Demos as PhD in mid lane finally making his way back into the fight. I feel like I've said his name so much because it keeps popping off.
I completely agree. That King's, the heal that you get there on PhD in mid lane on that Sass is just insane. Really, really great at making some huge epic plays in here. And it looks like he is, he's going for the Spectre's Calamite here. Might even go for a little bit more healing there with that Spirit Visage. Could be a pretty big pickup for this guy. You know, one of the things that he's been able to do so far is go in there and get a big ultimate for his team. Sometimes he has to go for the Echo ultimate, but if he has something like a Spirit Visage, that could be very, very big for making him even more impactful, just a force in these team fights.
Yeah, you've got 4 magic damage dealers as well as a Kindred who's 1 in 5 right now. Physical damage isn't your priority. You can just go for something like this instead of maybe the Zanyas that would normally take its place.
Completely agree. And there it is. Yeah, Spirit Visage. Really, really great stuff here from PhD in mid lane. They did get that 3rd dragon, though, on the side of PBM. So that what it will mean is brings them even closer there to that soul point. Looks like Kindred is pinging that other soul. The last mark, though, that would bring her to 4 marks. Is that correct?
Yeah, this should be her 4th mark of the game here. So big spike for the Kindred is going to be a little bit late in the sense of the overall arc of the Kindred, 1 in 5. But, you know, so, a kill, or rather a soul is a soul is a soul, a kill is a kill is a kill.
yeah, I completely agree right there. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, we do have a little bit of a 1v1 right here between Holy Spartan and Bush to 911.
There's finally anti-healing on Bush as well, which is really big for this matchup. And also this 1v1, if he chooses to take it, puts Holy Spartan in the Death Realm instead. There are 2 roaming up, 4,000 IQ and Perky the Parrot. Hesitant to get involved here, but it doesn't matter because Bush is feeling confident right now. Has the heals as well. Gets away from Lee Sinners, and a 4th shot would do it. Forced to ult right now, and the return kill going to be coming down from 4,000 IQ, sharing that kill gold across 3 as well. Grant needing to dance up arrows away as Perky the Parrot slays PBM onto the tower. Now Quality is searching for his old nemesis, PhD in mid lane. Will be able to skedaddle out over that wall, though.
Yeah, definitely. Really great shots over there. Good ultimate there from Perky the Parrot. Getting that heck there onto Nautilus means they might be able to get this top lane tower right here, but it's actually going to be the ultimate used over there from that quality player on the Rumble. Pretty good use of it. Not too high of a cooldown on that. Actually, doesn't have any CDR on that champion, but they've been doing a good job of lowering the cooldown on that ability for a while.
Yeah, it's pretty low right now, and the Cloud's still helping a lot.
Ooh.
What else is going low, though, is Esports Demo's health bar, and Grant's as well, as he's going to walk straight into the Leandri's Q2 proc, and BHG in midline, he's not to be disrespected at this point. Sure, he's not carrying the game, but he's doing pretty well for himself, and the one-shot potential is there if you're not on your toes.
Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree with their next dragon, potential soul over here for PBM, is going to spawn here in about a minute and a half. Now, people are getting their backs in. We are playing the vision game right here and really just trying to control the map right here. If you are PBM, you have priority right here. Let's clear out the enemy vision, get our own, and try to get this dragon or a winning team fight beforehand.
Okay, so I'm going to bother you with another random thought. You know what? I was just thinking, right? We have the Kindred ult in this game. It keeps you from dying, right? But what if instead we had something, because Silas had one as well. I was thinking, if they double down, did they cancel out? Obviously not. But what if we had something like Decaying, where when you put, like an ultimate where you mark somebody, and that person, instead of taking healing, takes damage. Think about it as we watch Holy Spartan die.
Ooh, yeah. We are going. Ooh, it's going to actually devote the flash and the ultimate to that one.
Wow.
You got it basically all you want right there. Push down 11. You're going a little bit too deep and are making yourself available for a kill. Can you explain that thought to me again one more time? I didn't quite understand what you meant in the first one.
Yeah, I think I'll be able to. We're just seeing a fight right here, so I'll save the point for just a second as we set up.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh, big pick.
Yep, PBM is going to be well and truly set up there. The equalizer, though, is chunking several people up. Perky the Parrot almost gets assassinated by Lee Sinners, who flashes after him, is going to be able to grab the kill on the backside of the team fight. Now sandwiched in our Plumbers Union. But PHG in mid lane wants to turn this around, has the Echo ultimate as well, goes straight in, gets the kill onto Grant. Holy Spartan is still huge, but Lee Sinners needs to be taken down before the ultimate can be used. Gets killed for a double kill onto PhD in mid lane, and now he's got to come back and save the rest of the team fight as well, because he got no ADC. This is your whole damage. 4,000 IQ finishes off one kill, almost makes it two, but quality player manages to sidestep it and get the return kill. PhD in mid lane goes down, but the dragon, importantly, is Plumbers Unions.
Yeah, Leandre's on quality player is going to be enough to take down PDHD in mid lane, but having the Pike and the Zac right there, probably going to be enough damage to kill that guy, at least before the 20-second death timers comes in. No teleports available at the moment over here for PBM. Is up there on the Maokai, but he is not alive, so they cannot do that right there. Meanwhile, both the teleports are actually available there for Bush 911 and PhD in mid lane, so they really can't threaten any kind of Drake right here without getting that side, without getting those side lanes also shoving. Really great stuff right there. So meanwhile, let's get to the important stuff. What was that thought you wanted to share earlier?
Oh, okay. So there's this status effect. You played Divinity Original Sin?
I don't think I have actually.
Okay, I'm sure I got plenty of people in the chat who played this, but like basically the idea is that there's a status effect that you apply to somebody, and it's called decaying. So if you get healed, you instead take damage, right?
Ooh, okay.
Think about that in the context of like today's league, where there's a lot of healing and shielding, right? Instead, if you're able to time that perfectly, like a Zillion ultimate, you basically keep somebody from being able to be helped.
That would be really cool as like a champion's ultimate, but if that was on like a item or like a basic ability, that would just be entirely overpowered, especially for like, I mean, like Mundo already is getting reworked, but boy, that would just mess that guy up, you know?
It would have to be like an evil Zillion, like Zillion's the evil twin. Also has that, so like Zillion is ulting one guy and he's ulting the other guy, and it's like a timed thing. The explosions are going off because that's what Zillion does, and the other guy probably does it too because they grew up together and they're estranged brothers who've always longed for their mother's love, and you know.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I've heard enough over here. Sounds cool. But let's get back into this game right here. 32 minutes in. Baron is on the map. Is anyone taking a Baron yet? I don't think so, but I think we should see a fight around here pretty soon. No dragons for another 3 minutes, and a lot of vision being placed around this Baron. I think honestly, with the entire team on the other side of the map, they could just look for a solo on this right here quick. Maybe get like one pick, but yeah, just go ahead and start the Baron. Force the enemy team to respond. They're so far away at the moment.
Yeah, and currently, like you said, no other Barons being taken with 2 people in the bot side. That's basically the biggest go button you're going to get. Lee Sinners is still around, but that doesn't seem like it's going to be true for long. Gets locked up and should be just taken down here. Equalizer's going to buy a little bit of time and space, but you got no Echo, no ultimate on Echo, and the shots will come in from the Jhin. Nicely sniped out from Perky the Parrot. Bow!
Oh, yeah, and with the jungler dead, this should be a free Baron over there from the side. Yeah, completely agree. Completely agree. With this Baron, hopefully Mordekaiser doesn't get picked up. We did have the Rumble ultimate use, so there were not a lot of tools to slow him down. But yeah, things are looking very, very good here for PU in our 53 kill game.
Good God! Like we said when we were getting into it, right? This
Are they not going to back before this?
I can't tell you who's going to win, but what I can tell you is it's going to be an exciting game when we got Silas and Mordekaiser in it on Plumbers Union. Holy Spartan has been outscaled at this point by Bush, and it is not looking like he's having any fun here. The Obliterate will miss, though. Flash forward will start to tick down the health bar, but this might be the heal that Holy Spartan is looking for to survive here. Bush goes golden, but it's costing you in the top lane. Check this out!
Oh, yeah, there should be a free inhibitor over here, actually, for BU, but Echo going in so deep, right? Those are some low health bars, actually, on the side of PU. These guys have got to be careful. Everyone's coming back at the moment. They are not fast enough for this.
Charge is in, but we have PhD in mid lane with the Echo ultimate. Gets shut down before he can use it, and that is disastrous for Plumbers Union. They're going to lose 2 Baron buffs, make it 3 here as Mordekaiser also falling before the play, and the shutdown goes on to Grant. PBM, they lose their inhibitor, but they stall the game.
You know, inhibitor for 3 kills, that's not the trade you often look for, but I still think it's kind of worth over here to the side of PU. This dragon has not spawned yet, will not for another 50 seconds. They should be able to get there by the time it spawns. Esports Demos is going to be playing it fast and loose. The free tower in the mid lane, they should be able to get a second one. Are they going to go for it, though, is the question.
I think we're going to get a small push here, but Holy Spartan loves to get those chunks to set up the towers for later. We've seen him do it before, and I'm sure that we'll see him do it again before the series is up. What they're focusing on right now is this dragon, and I'll be honest, all my eyes are on it as well.
Yeah, I completely agree right here. They still do have that Baron Empowered buff there on that Perky the Parrot and the Pike 4000 IQ, and they are still very large undercharged. I believe they just got it back right there, which I said they should have done before they went over there to that inhibitor. I think with this backle, they might be able to win a fight here around this dragon. And if they win a fight, they also get this dragon. That is also an open base right there. This could be insane over here for PU.
Behind, though, doesn't get the dragon, and that's huge. Has to get the heck out of dodge, and that Drake, like you're talking about, the stall out, the amplified resistances is big.
Oh, look at Kindred. Look at Kindred right here.
Grant is so dead right now. 4,000 IQ flashes straight onto him. Doesn't even get the Lance Respite. And I'll be honest, it wouldn't have done you a whole lot of good either. The depth charge being stolen away means that the second inhibitor tower is on the table. These Sinners can't even get in there. Quality players waiting on the flank. Doesn't have the equalizer just yet, but the Holy Spartan will be put into the death chamber. 4,000 IQ dodges out on not only the equalizer, but PBM's hook. And Holy Spartan right now trying to survive in the death realm. Well, meanwhile, quality player is being taken down. It is going to be the shutdown from the Pike. No other kills just yet, but PBM is just an auto away. It's going to be taken down there. Lee Sinners doesn't get the kill onto Perky either, as it looks like we might just be going to another game, ladies and gents. Bush is in the base, and there's so much tankiness here and not enough damage to respond for PBM. They can't get on top of Perky the Parrot, and they cannot stay in the game. The Nexus towers will fall, and finally, the Nexus in Game 4 will fall to Plumbers Union, taking us to Game 5 of the series.
Oh yeah, you love to see it. Here we go. Game 5. We've got Silver Scrapes here, and a beautiful game played by Plumbers Union. This was... After taking those 2 losses in a row to replace PBM, you know, you got to have the mental over here to come back. They had a lot of mistakes in here, a lot of deaths, specifically on PhD in mid lane. I mean, not a Z amount of deaths, but hey, I'm happy to see it over here. Picked up right here. The one thing I wasn't too happy to see, honestly, was that Kindred 80 carry. Just feel like you're playing catch up most of the game. Didn't really feel too strong in that pick, honestly.
No, it didn't really do that much. That being said, if it were any other AD carry, it was just getting one shot faster, right? I think that was a lot of attention into the bot side there from the side of Plumbers Union, and when you're facing down Silas Mordekaiser, nothing feels good.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, these were the guys that banned that misfortune, so maybe we might see some turnaround here in this game 5. You think misfortune's going to be picked up or banned again?
I think she gets. Well, let's see who has side selection. I think she gets picked up. I think she gets picked up because
Ooh.
Plumbers Union have side selection. No, sorry, PBM have side selection. They're probably going to pick red side, right?
Okay.
Or blue,
Okay.
blue side. Yeah, I think they got to pick blue side, and then well, I just don't think Plumbers Union plays with their like thinking caps on. I think they play with their like full warrior caps on. And that's why I think we're not going to get the misfortune ban because they're going to see it and they're going to go, we can do it. And that's what I want to see going into this game 5 is the same attitude that has gotten us this far. We're going to see this showdown happen one more time before the night is out, ladies and gents, because we are going to game 5 of the series and we'll be bringing it to you in just a minute.
All right. Yeah. Game 5 coming here in just a second. If you want to see some hard-hitting League of Legends, you better not touch that browser, so stick around.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're hitting the game 5 here in the pro draft, and it has been a long series with its own little microcosm of meta developing. And then we have the question, do we see Misfortune ban? That might be, actually, that's definitely going to be answered in probably the next minute.
Yeah, definitely. We are seeing that Silas ban come through.
Oh.
So same three bans from PBM we saw the first 3 games, but PU actually taking it upon themselves to ban that Misfortune, leaving the Casio open for the first time.
They do, you know what? They see the silence. They weren't going to ban Misfortune. I tell you that right now. I know it. I know it in my heart. They weren't going to ban it, but they saw the Silas ban and they went, you know what? No Misfortune for you either. You don't get to have fun. The Ashe is picked first, but we know that Jin can respond to that, and that's going to be locked in for Plumbers Union. And Zach, the true success story from last game, will be locked in as well. Oh my god, let's go!
Yeah, he was able to do a lot of work for his team there in that game. And honestly, the game was in no small part thanks to his efforts there in the jungle, really controlling that Echo. I doubt we've seen picked up again here, but the only other junglers we've seen so far are the Lee Sin and the Graves, both of which I think the Graves is okay into Zach, but honestly, both those matchups seem not that good. However, Ashe Morgana definitely does seem very, very good pickup, if only to prevent the Morgana being picked up there by PAU. Morgana, very good pickup into the Ashe. It prevents the arrow, but going for Ashe Morgana is very strong in itself. Maybe we can see, I don't know, a Karma or a Lulu picked up in response there on the bot side. Probably wouldn't be too big to pick up the Pike like we've seen so much right there, but you definitely have the option of countering this.
Yeah, Echo is going to be picked up as well, which is the classic one, but looks like Plumbers Union, they're returning to the tried and the true. The Vel'Koz in the mid lane here is going to be able to shred through whatever black shield you put in front of him.
I completely agree. This is going to be huge for them. Keep in mind, it could also be flexed there into the bottom lane. That's actually a pretty good pickup into the Ashe Morgana, but I would still think he's probably going to the mid lane right there. Definitely blind pickable with this kind of a guy right here. I'm just excited to be watching these guys right here return to form over here from Plumbers Union.
I like the ban away of Syndra as well, because we've seen that PBM are willing to pick that, and quite good on it. Is a quality player, a quality Syndra, shall we say. And we'll see what their response will end up being, because we've also seen Lux picked up into things like Vel'Koz, but I'm not sure if that's something that quality players specifically wants to be able to pick up. I would actually really like it here with the Ashe, but, you know, the Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away.
I completely agree. That Lulu counter being banned out there from the Ashe Morgana. Ooh, actually going to be the Mordekaiser instead, leaving the Lulu open. I think Karma might actually be a lot better right here. Definitely has the lane advantage. Yeah, there it is right there. Picked up into that Ashe Morgana. Really going to do a lot to prevent those Echo all-in. Just immediately W and use your ultimate E on the team. That is not a happy Echo right there. Not going to have too easy of time bursting anyone. Honestly, kind of taking a while in this lock-in, though.
I think just taking their time, making sure that's exactly what they want. And I think PBM probably going to take their time here as well, because like you say, it feels like the Echo has been countered here. They've got to switch to an alternate source of damage, an alternate way to win a fight that can be more extended. Lee Sinner is insane on Echo, but if he can't get anything done through shields, it's not going to be a way you win the game. And
ooh, I don't like this pick.
She'll let you blow up some squishies, maybe. But yeah.
Yeah, I get that, but at the same time, I was talking about it game 1 there. The Orianna mid lane against the long range artillery. This is a bad matchup there for Orianna. I think the correct pickup was actually to send the Echo into the mid lane there to counter the Vel'Koz, maybe going for something a little bit more aggressive, like a Lee Sin there in the jungle. But it was a pretty good idea of dealing there with that Zac. The Shen might be the pickup there for the top lane. I don't know if it's the best there into Ornn, but I like keeping people safe. So maybe that's what we need. They're definitely not going to be light on damage with the Jhin Vel'Koz, as well as the Karma Zac, who aren't really carries, but still do good damage in outright.
Yeah, I like to see the Shen into Ornn, because I feel like it does give you time to scale and importantly build that Tiamat, because Shen's going to have to be building Tiamat this game to sort of supplement Jhin damage. With the Ornn matchup, it's going to give you the ability to shove, and Vel'Koz obviously is going to have a lot of space bought for him if you have a Shen taunting people away from him.
Yeah, the one thing I want to talk about here is actually the damage profiles of both the teams. You see, both these guys, really the only source of attack damage they have is from the AD carries, attack damage carries, whatever. But Jin has a lot more to keep them safe, whereas Ashe, she is going to get blown up by the Zac in a lot of these fights, and maybe even by the Shen, too, or a goodly channeled Vel'Koz ultimate right there. She does not have the tools, really, to keep her safe. Black Shield, that's it, and that's really not that much. It gets blown up by the Zaki, and then he casts his ultimate, then what are you going to do? This is... Ooh, I'm not liking the team comp here of PBM. The Orianna picks seem kind of troll over here. The Ornn is fine, but I'm just not liking what I'm seeing,
Yeah, it's a matter of not really knowing what to do with the comfort pool that they have, and they've got themselves a decent team fighting composition, but it does feel like Plumbers Union have come out a little bit ahead here, and like we've been building up to this whole time, this is game 5, this is for all the marbles, so you've really got to come ahead with the comfort picks here on PBM into Plumbers Union's, let's say, more roundabout or well-rounded team comp.
I got to ask you real quick, is there a prize pool for this league?
Yes, there is, I believe. I'm not. Nope, never mind.
Oh, no prize pool. All right. Well, it's just a game of fun.
I've been doing too many best of 5s. It's
whatever. We still like seeing this. I was gonna say that'd be pretty cool if they were playing for money, but who cares? Anyway, I still like the team comp a lot more on the side of PU. They have a lot to keep the Jin safe, keep him autoing. He's really good against basically every target against the Ornn. Very, very low health bars here on PBM. But hey, they have a lot of tools to be working with. We could see a repeat of the Echo Snowball we saw there in that game 1, except for it's on a different team. Ornn, he does Ornn things. They have really good scaling on the side of PBM. They have the Ornn, Orianna, Ashe, all of which can be late game very, very big.
Yeah, late game is going to be what I want to say. PBM, they bounce back a little bit in terms of the compositional difference because of the fact that they have the scaling coupled with the ornaments. That's going to give them a nice boost. But Plumbers Union still have a lot of synergy and have what I want to call a very, not linear, but a focused team composition. They'll want to do the same thing. PBM as well, want to be able to team fight here. And actually, in this case, I think they have a slightly better side lane options.
Yeah, I completely agree. Right here. The side lane looking very, very strong. But hey, one thing I'm going to be looking at is PhD in mid lane here on this Vel'Koz. We saw it game 1, and he absolutely popped off right here. So I know what I'm definitely looking forward to seeing here in this game. What are you looking forward here to in this game?
I agree that I'm looking forward to seeing PhD, but I think that such a huge part of this series has been the story of the junglers. We've seen the picks trade back and forth. Echo obviously is a big part of this, and Zac in the last couple games here being a priority pick for Plumbers Union. I'm bringing it back to what we talked about. It is a story of a team that enables the jungler versus a team that is enabled by their jungler. Zac, the ultimate culmination of that, and we'll see which style prevails and whether we see PhD in mid lane be able to capitalize on the space that Zac buys for him, because that's really where this all comes together, is when PhD in mid lane is given the space by his team. So much of that coming off the back of the jungle here. We'll see what happens once we get into game 5, and we'll be heading there shortly. We'll see you on Summoner's Rift right after a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, summoners and summonettes, we're hitting the rift for game 5 here. The last game of the Risen Open Dominate Finals. PBM versus Plumbers Union, hitting the rift. PBM from the bot side and Plumbers Union from the top, the red side. We'll see what ends up happening this game, but there's been a lot of build up to it, and that's a great start for PhD.
Oh yeah, getting that early Q in there, and I gotta say, watching this invade or level 1 right there, I was like, oh man, Esports is gonna have to watch out for that Nautilus hook right there. But there is no Nautilus here in this game. PHB has not chosen that one for the first time, and this is shaping up to be an excellent game 5. Sorry, I don't know, man. I didn't get that extra Red Bull over here. I'm a little bit tired.
I totally get that. It happens to the best of us, especially in the 5-game series. What's keeping me alive here is the hype. We do have the Echo. That's that carryover, though, like you had mentioned with the Nautilus. The one carryover, the one through line for this series that has continued. I think he's been in every single game so far.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's a good pick, and as well as Misfortune. I'm glad we haven't had to cast it for these 2 games right here. But look at some of these starting choices. We have Boots first here on that Jhin. I'm not 100% sure about that. I mean, it should be pretty good here against the Ashe and Morgana, but it's no Doran's Blade. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't know. We saw it last game against the Kindred, and I was questioning it there as well. It worked against a weaker laner, but I agree into something like an Ashe, whether or not having that extra dueling power is going to start hurting Perky the Parrot, who is another secondary but important carry here for Plumbers Union.
I completely agree right there. Either way, yeah, we are getting into this game right here, and looking at some of these jungler pathings, it looks like Echo started top side. Well, Zach started bot side. He's looking normal pathing from this guy. Ooh, I was going to say normal, but he's going for blue into wolves into chickens right there. This will not give him level 3, and this seems a little suboptimal. Probably should have gone for that red buff first, I believe. What do you think?
I'm not a Zach player. I'm a Fiddlesticks player, so I just AFK press W and farm my way through everything. For right now, I think that I'm going to trust Demos because I've seen him come out on the Zach so many times. Maybe is looking a little bit awkward with the early pathing, but I'm hoping that he hits that level 5 fast and starts ganking. That's where my real focus is towards those later clears. And maybe this happens to give you more XP. Maybe it's more time efficient for Zach. I'm not experienced.
Yeah. I mean, usually you want to get level 3 on a jungler as quickly as possible. He does have it here, and he is looking for something on the top side. Ooh, very, very good setup there for Shen.
Bush looking for things as well. Searing Charge not going to go through, and that means Holy Spartan is just going to go down here. Demos grabs the kill for himself once again. It's Perky the Parrot. Should be stunned up here by the Parallel Convergence. A little bit of split focus will end up being 4,000 IQ that drops, though.
Ooh, yeah. I actually really like that right there. They were very far pushed up without any vision there in the jungle, or in the river. And they basically said, okay, there's a scenario where we both walk into the W and both die, so we'll just give the support kill away anyway. Pretty smart right there. Jhin does have to use his cleanse, but no other summoner spells used. Great stuff.
Yeah, the cleanse will matter in the Morgana lane just a little bit, but it won't matter nearly as much as anything that PhD in the mid lane has to end up using there. The flash going to be invested to get out of that gank.
Yeah. I mean, you don't expect it too often, but we don't expect the follow-up gank here from the Zac. Doesn't hit the E or the Q, unfortunately. Again, with the follow-up ganks.
Yeah, flash forward right there will secure Lee Sinners the kill along with Quality, where he's able to just walk up and grab that for himself.
Yeah, really, really great stuff. When someone blows a flash, why not just gank them again? And if you're playing against a champion like that, Vel'Koz, then definitely is an option right there. Unfortunately, will not be able to get those tier items just yet. Feeling really bad on that back.
That is really, really big. Not being able to get your tier item on Vel'Koz, especially the way that PhD in mid lane likes to play, is going to be a big kick in the butt here, especially when, he likes to be the one who is able to make aggressive roams later. Right now, it just isn't going to have the mana, as opposed to the Orianna who was able to grab the tier.
Ooh, yeah, you like being able to stack that tier as quickly as possible. The Seraph's passive in a game like this is going to be very crucial to surviving some of the dive here from both sides, honestly, here. But I think we're probably going to see a pretty quick back coming up here soon from the Vel'Koz. He has the ability to shove the lane pretty easily, and I think I would like to see him attacking this tier up as soon as possible. Big poke there from 4,000 IQ.
This is that karma, the base damage karma that you had mentioned earlier. I wonder if we see demos roam over to cover that mid lane that you were just mentioning as well. Maybe wanting to give a little bit more of an option to his laner, as well as get some experience for himself before this real dragon becomes a real objective.
Yeah, I completely agree. Completely agree right there. The first dragon of the game is going to be that ocean right there. Pretty key to surviving a lot of these, honestly. Will give a lot of healing, which is very valuable in a lot of these matchups. I mean, we have both melee champions there in the top side. We have a lot of poke in the bottom half and mid side of this game right here. This is a big dragon to be taking, not just in terms of tempo, but the effect it provides.
Yeah, and we've seen tempo play such a huge role here as well that I honestly don't think that we can really undervalue that as we move forwards into the potential Drake takes. Already, we're seeing a lot of grouping around this, but PhD in mid lane right now backing for that tier, as you mentioned, isn't going to get interrupted, so we'll see the first buy.
Ooh, yeah, love to see it. Love to see it right there. Jhin is coming back to lane there with that pickaxe and a dagger. Ooh, big trade top lane.
Ever since that gank happened, I believe, yeah, actually happened twice there and left a late wave frozen on Bush's side. It's been a real good news story for him. Up 10 CS at the moment and well on his way towards the Tiamat. Shen is having a blast in this Ornn matchup.
I completely agree. Completely agree right there. Very, very big. And one thing I would like to mention is Zach actually got that Bomby Cinder there on his back, while Echo was only able to get the amplifying tome. Definitely not going to give as much power right here. And on the champion like Zach, who's such a big user of this Bomby Cinder, he is large and in charge at the moment.
Yeah, and we saw him be able to obliterate Echo last time, who still had the Luden's Echo in his pocket. If you're sitting behind gold on a Zac at the moment, you're just not going to be having a fun time at all. But both junglers hovering this bot lane. We might just see another gank from Lee Sinners.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh, flash
the flash
over here.
finding. Cleanse going to come out, just barely dodging out of the parallel convergence. Demos knows that something's happening here, but no stand united just yet. There it is onto Demo, and it's the play into the bot side. Lee Sinners gonna get taunted up, gonna get taken down there. The pick onto the jungler is huge.
Huge coordinated play over here from PU. Now they're gonna have all 5 members over here to take this dragon. This is huge for PU.
Yeah, first dragons have been the determiners of games more often than not, with the exception of Misfortune. Remember, Misfortune, she is the one who will win all the games. But after that, it's first dragon.
Definitely, definitely. And I don't mean to say anything over here, be too one-sided, but PU has won 100% of games where Misfortune is not in the game. So I'm just saying, that's pretty huge.
Huh, that is pretty huge here. Right now, Misfortune not being in the game, a huge buff here to the Plumbers union. I don't know what Plumbers have against Misfortune. Like, I guess she works on a boat, but surely there's plumbing on a boat. Maybe it's not unionized. No, listen. Oh my god, bro. They don't take plumbers on boats. Because
aquatic plumbing is not unionized.
It's not unionized. Oh my god, bro.
This is a ridiculous conversation, honest.
It is. There's a ridiculous tank going on the mid lane as well. PhD does manage to dodge out on it. Has the level 6, and that's a lot of damage across 2 members. Lee Sinner is going to pay for that with his life. And quality player might just go down here as well. Is within that 200 health mark. But PhD in mid lane is able to survive and is able to pump out the damage. It's like a mini Misfortune.
That is, yeah, we did talk about that game 1, how it's such a big linear team fight ultimate right there. But yeah, PhD in mid lane, great timed flash and a great timed ultimate. And just to turn what I thought was going to be a death into a kill for himself. Huge turnaround for this guy. In addition to that, he also has a pretty sizable CS lead there in what's should be an even matchup. You know, I mean, slightly favored towards that Vel'Koz, but in terms of farming, both of them should have a pretty easy time.
Yeah, I think, you know, a lot of this is the aggression that quality player has been trying to put out, along with Lee Sinners matching that. We see Vel'Koz get these CS leads because he's able to just push in and really punish you when you go for roams, even small ones.
Completely agree right here. And Shen again trading top lane. I don't know if if everyone realizes his home, but we are on directed camera, and for whatever reason, it really loves this Shen Ornn matchup. But you know who doesn't love matchup? What I thought was going to be a gank there, again, on Vel'Koz. Echo has been so often here in this mid lane. It's honestly kind of ridiculous how much he's ganking mid lane. It fits, but, like, boy.
Yeah, it makes sense when you think about the context of the series and how influential PhD in mid lane has been. When you look at it as a solo queue mid laner, you're like, oh my god, stop, leave me alone. And I'm sure that that's exactly how PhD in mid laner is feeling right now. Is sitting on a lot of mana items right at the moment though, so is going to feel pretty comfortable. Holy Spartan not feeling
Ooh.
nearly as comfortable, forced to flash for his own sake.
Ooh, yeah, just walking in the lane, blowing a flash, saying, you know what? I'm just going to take some minions while I'm here. I'm going to help my lane get that shove. Great play over here by Esports Demos. And when you're playing a champion like Ornn, you really don't have a lot of answers to it.
No, and we might not have an answer to this either. Good knockup from PhD in mid lane as the Shen ultimate will be invested there. Bush saving the life of his mid laner off of the back of the jungle gank in top lane. This is what I'm telling you, bro. They're just playing together too well. You can't stop this right now.
Unstoppable here at Risen Esports. This is not the Unstoppable Dominate Finals, but this is the or Unstoppable Pre-Made Finals, but this is the Dominate Pre-Made Finals, and we are seeing a gank here from the Echo, going very deep actually, getting low health bar.
All the way out from under the turret, though, as Perky the Parrot makes a little bit of a misstep. There's a lot of turret aggro being taken. 4,000 IQ goes quite low here. Does get a kill right back as Demos is in the bot lane as well. Teleport is channeled. Grant should go down for his sins, and Lee Sinners, I think he sees that and decides to get the heck out there. The shutdown going to come in onto Demos, and that's really big.
Ooh, yeah. Lee Center is actually a little bit in the wrong direction right now. They're communicating with Perky the Parrot. They're probably looking to cut him off. He's definitely not going to get this back off, is he?
No, he's not. We see Perky the Parrot collapsing on him there, looks for the kill himself, and just knifes it out.
Oh, yeah, you love to see it. Clean here on the Jhin. He honestly was playing the Jhin very, very well there in that game 4. And, these ultimates have been on point. I don't know how else to say it. Really, really great stuff over here from Perky the Parrot. Ooh, Ornn ultimate.
If you're just tuning in, this is not the only disgusting Jhin ultimate we've seen where he just nails that first shot.
Oh.
Yeah, we do have some nice play from Holy Spartan in the top side, who's managed to turn around this matchup that was ganked quite frequently. Probably feeling a little bit of the frustration that PhD is feeling himself.
Yeah, I completely agree. Completely agree. Meanwhile, PhD actually has finished his Seraphs over here at about 12 minutes. I think you usually get it at around 14 or 15, so he is a little ahead of the curve. It is no Manamune, no 12-minute Manamune. Unfortunately, it is a little bit more expensive, but hey, here we are, 12 minutes in this game. We have another dragon spawning here in about 15 seconds. That is the Infernal, and I think both teams are really going to be looking over here for this one. Echo is pathing bot lane, but Zach is already bot. Probably trying to get some kind of a pick before they go for this.
Yeah, gets spotted out on the control ward, though, which is really large because it means that you can't play with the disrespect as Zach being able to walk into no vision. Instead, he's just going to start at this dragon, though. He's got plenty of sustain to tank it up while PhD in mid lane zones. Should have vision on Lee Sinners right about now as he gets pinged out, and the bot lane is already rotated over. It's going to be up to a steal. Nice ultimate over the wall, though, from the Vel'Koz. Gets interrupted by the Orianna. There no assassination attempt from Lee Sinners just yet as he's been on the defensive. Demos is in the middle of 2 pulls. Holy Spartan back, and Lee Sinners is on the retreat. Quality player. Doesn't have the ultimate either. PBM forces the flash away from Bush with the soul shackles, and now we're getting to go right back in from Demos over the wall. Does land into 4, but gets the passive pop. Bush is with him, though, and cleans up 1. Make it 2 here. As he has the team and does a lot of AoE damage. PhD flashes into the wall for 3, and 4 is picked up. 5 is made by Lee Sinners, and the ace comes in for the Plumbers Union. They turn onto the second dragon, and good lord, this is a good start.
Absolutely over here. We already talked about how strong this kind of a team comp is, especially on these players in this kind of a team comp right here. But boy, each of them is just executing their champions completely perfectly. PhD in main lane with a beautifully channeled ultimate. Zach here, balls to the walls on these engages right here. This is, and with the Shen ult to boot, this is a very well coordinated team. I've seen what these guys have been sweeping through this playoffs.
Yeah, this is, I think, one of the better games for the game 5, right? We don't want to see something like game 2 where it's a little bit disrespectful. This is Plumbers Union with, honestly, their best champions so far, the ones that they could get their hands on, and now looking to take away the 5th game. and they're looking like they have a chance at doing it. 4,000 IQ gets found out by Lee Sinners, but it's not often you see a Karma be able to walk it out against an Echo.
When the Echo is this far behind 1, 4, and 3 with only his jungle item and really a Kindle gem to his name, he really just does not have a lot of power to be working with. Speaking of power, Bush did 911. It's getting very, very low right here. Ooh, Zach actually stole that.
Yeah, gets the speed up as well, and Quality Player waiting in the wings here. A little bit behind himself, but has gone for the more scaling Orianna build, which I'm a fan of.
Yeah, I do like it. I do like it here. Both of them will be building Seras, as we did see there. I think that was game 1 where we saw Orianna versus Vel'Koz. Am I right about that? Yeah. Both of them did go for Seras there in this game, and you know they're both good pickable. You know they do have a very strong late game on PBM with the Ashe, with the Orianna, with the Ornn items, especially. Echo's definitely going to be the odd man out in that kind of a team comp, but you know it doesn't really matter how strong your late game is when you're this far ahead. Oh, they're actually not that far ahead. They have 6 kills, but are only up 1K gold. What's up with that?
Yeah, it's just most of the gold being in the kills, right? They didn't get that turret, and that was about when we were checking it as well. First turret ends up going to Holy Spartan, who's had a lot of time invested in him. A little bit weird, a little bit sus.
Yeah, definitely. You can only keep an Ornn behind for so long before it just outscales, but ooh, great engage over here from Esports Tennis.
The better 2v2 is definitely had by Plumbers Union, though, and Lee Sinners is feeling the brunt of that. The mid lanes are rotating over. Lee Sinners forced to flash over the walls. Demos tries to follow him, but gets Blast Cone back. That's still Rift Herald priority secured for the Plumbers Union as they look to, I guess, rid the Rift of... I don't know what plumbers do. They like. I mean, I know what they do, but like, do they?
They look to unclog the rift.
Unclog. They have to unclog the rift of Shelly, I guess. If Shelly, I don't know. I'm trying really hard.
There's crabs in the pipes. I don't know.
There we go. There we go. Seems like
big TP.
We're going to try hard in the bot line as well. Perky, nice cleanse will get him out of that exhaust, which actually saves his life completely.
Yeah, PBM had his ultimate there, but they actually devoted a lot there in that potential bot lane play. Ashe did not have her ultimate, though. That seems like they should have tried to coordinate there around that cooldown a little bit better, I guess. Just didn't seem like that good of a play to me.
Yeah, a little bit of miscoordination, and that's where Plumbers Union have really pulled ahead, right? It's been in this, and not only in this bot lane like we saw in game 1, but in the jungle mid as well, the ability to...
Ooh, there's the Ashe arrow. Yeah, got a lot of use out of that Ashe arrow. She actually shot it from the bot lane into the mid lane. It hit the Zac, but literally no one was there. That is an awful use of that cooldown. I don't want to sound biased or anything, but that was just such a bad play from Grant. I'm thinking they're a little bit tilted right here.
It's going to feel a little bit rough. Bush is also going to get a little bit tilted, maybe a little bit dead as well. Going to take the dying proc there, and Holy Spartan just cleans him up.
That was extremely close, actually. Holy Spartan should have 100% won that, but the shield timing there from Bush to 9 Limit. I thought he might be able to turn that around. If he had his Titanic up, which had another like 5 seconds before that cooldown, he might have been able to turn it, but Lee Sinner is actually going very deep.
Yeah, Esports is spotted in the top side there, so it means that we got to have a little bit of respect in the bot side, and I just want you to imagine very quickly that you're 3, 1, and 4 up in CS, and also get solo killed by Ornn.
I mean, you know, Ornn is a there's some Twitch chat spam about that. Ornn is a tank, DPS, assassin, carry, mobile that has a good scaling and a good early game. Yeah, whatever. It's just Ornn, man. Like, that champion was better when he wasn't meta. He's been meta this whole season, it seems like. Am I right? Am I wrong about that?
In pro play, he's had a little bit of a dip, but no, I wouldn't go so far as to say you're wrong, because Ornn's pretty insane, and not just at the moment, like you're saying, the whole season. The other thing that's kind of insane is that we've been giving Plumbers Union a lot of credit for being ahead, but they're the only ones with turrets down. Like, the mid lane turret just fell for the side of PBM, but side lane turrets are all up for the side of PBM.
Ooh, Echo's looking for the steal right here.
I wonder if he gets it. He hasn't gotten one just yet, but this could be the first one. It will be. Lee Sinners manages to get the steal there on the Dragon, denies the third one, and importantly gets his team a few more resistances.
Yeah, really, really big pickup right there. Being able to deny the enemy team's sole point, that was huge, honestly. I'm not entirely sure if Zac was still stunned when he went in, but yeah, I can't just say that wasn't big.
Demos is about to be stunned by the incredible amount of damage coming out of his mid laner there, as one is taken down there in Grant, and they might be saving the second one for Demos here. He's going to be able to go over the wall, follow quality player. Listener's getting shut down, getting locked down, and getting taken out one more time by the Jhin here, as we're going to see a little bit of poke onto the Morgana as well. But even off the back of losing that Drake, we see Plumbers Union winning elsewhere.
Yeah, so many kills going down. It's just Plumbers Union, they might have not gotten that dragon, but they have just been winning every single fight. You know, these guys, the goal value might not show up, but in terms of tempo, they are far leagues ahead over here of PBM. Really insane stuff.
Yeah, I felt like this in game 2 as well with the side of PBM when, you know, they were running the Syndra. It felt like even though the gold was even, the tempo was really in their favor. The team fight's constantly going in their favor, and I think that that's because in that case, the team composition was countered. And Plumbers Union here, maybe it's not a counter to the team composition, but their team flows so well together, they know exactly how they want to be working together, that it feels like the gold gap is larger than it is.
I completely agree. Completely agree. These guys are in sync, and they are, I don't know, some 90s would have been pun I was thinking of. Again, very tired right here. Almost have Death Cap being finished there on the Vel'Koz. That'll be very big, but Echo, you're a little bit deep, my man.
Yeah, that was a little bit confusing. Like, why is Lee Sinners going in there? Like you were talking about, maybe just a little bit tilted, but Perky the Parrot be forced to flash there, is eating my words just a little bit there. Demos is going to be eating some damage. PBM tries to dive still onto Perky the Parrot, but he's still alive, getting away from Holy Spartan under the tower here. Quality player is chasing him, and I don't know how long he can survive, but this is impressive in its own right. The ult going to return from the Vel'Koz here. Perky the Parrot locks up Holy Spartan one more time. He's getting health back. Maybe he can turn this around. I believe in you, Perky the Parrot. One auto will do it. There we go. That's a little bit more. And he's getting auto to death. No! I believe.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
I do. There. For the first time in the series, I do truly hate to see it.
yeah, a little bit of a mixed bag right there. It actually looked like a good team fight there for PBM. Managed to get many kills off of what seemed like kind of a weird champ Echo engage right there. However, we do have another dragon spawning here in about 2 minutes. Baron is still on the map. I want to see more of this. I want to see more team fights. I want to see more big stuff over here from both these teams.
You have no doubt that we're going to get it because Lee Sinners is thirsty right now, and so is Demos. These junglers are going at it. Lee Sinners already in the backside onto PhD in mid lane, forced to ult away, but he gets another Dark Harvest stack, and it just goes, it's like Yone, but more bursty. Like, you know what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm putting down?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Like, Yone E is basically an Echo ultimate, I guess, but at the same time, that's a much higher cooldown. Ooh, big engage.
Yeah, huge Death Blazer across 2 is going to almost take down PBM, but definitely take down Grant, and that's just the start. Holy Spartan's getting chased down on the side as well. Jhin is zoning out everyone else. Never mind, he's not zoning him out. He's just straight up killing quality player, and he's going to pick up Holy Spartan as well. Demos is the one who claims that kill, but Lee Sinner's now on the back foot. You wanted more team fights around the objectives here. Well, Baron is up, and they're not even looking at it right now. They're just looking to fight.
Ooh, yeah. I think the play there definitely would have been to go for the Baron. However, Echo is still up, and I guess that Dragon Steel is fresh in their minds. So going for those mid lane towers is definitely the safer option right there. If they can get the mid lane inhibitor, I think this is definitely worth.
Yeah, and if you get the mid lane inhibitor, think about what else that translates into, right? Like, you get so much more map pressure off this.
Inhibitores is what it translates into. Anyway, yeah, we are getting into this game. We do have the death cap finish there on the Vel'Koz. Very, very efficient second item there, especially with that Saris. Especially considering that Orianna only has one of her needlessly large rod. Does have 1,100 there in that bank account, so might be selling that corrupting potion after these moves. I don't know. Either way, next dragon here in 20 seconds. Both these teams are pairing up for this.
You've got to imagine that with those item timings, this is the one that is going over to Plumbers Union for now. Lee Sinners, he's got his steal on the last one, bought a little bit more time for PBM to scale, but right now Plumbers Union are spiking, and you don't want to fight them while they do.
I completely agree. I completely agree right there. They are large and in charge. They have been for most of this game right here. And I think Echo, looks like they're actually not going to be starting the dragon just yet. They're going to try to pull it out. Echo is 2 levels down on the Zac, so he is a very good champ with his E for stealing, so Ooh,
Still
yeah,
going
just
in,
see
might be able to get it here. Will the steal come in?
Oh,
This time it will be for Zach. Bush still wants to fight though, which is a little bit surprising. It doesn't seem like PBM are wanting to take the bait. So we will get the back away here, and that Drake point, the sole point, going to be here for Plumbers Union.
ooh, yeah, very, very big pickup here for the Plumbers Union. And it looks like they're actually going to bring this fight over there to the mid lane. They still have literally all their ultimate cooldowns. So Echo doesn't have his ultimate. This is definitely a winning fight for them as long as they don't run into the tower.
Yeah, and I mean, if Shen can pull one or two people here, he's got his
Oh, wait, they're
ultimate.
picking the Baron. They're picking the Baron.
Oh, this is nice, yeah.
Ooh, yeah, yeah, this would potentially give them a lot of leeway over here. There is the teleport available there on the Ornn. We also have the Shen ultimate available, so he's probably thinking, I need to walk away from this one right here, or risk getting brought out. Ooh, but it was only bait.
Yeah, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow does land, but PhD in mid lane, nice, fancy feet there. There's a sidestep quality player. Can't sidestep the Proto Belt, will be taken down. 4,000 IQ, manages to survive that one, but it's a double kill to Perky the Parrot. And this guy is still a force to be reckoned with. Sniping out Grant in the backside means that PBM will go down because Grant cannot approach. And it's the winning play for Plumbers Union at the moment. They want to win more, though. Demos pulls Grant back in, flashes away from the root here. I'm not sure whether this chase is worth it anymore, but I'm invested in it, mainly because they chased Perky the Parrot so far before. I feel like this is justice.
Oh, yeah, I completely agree. They should actually get an inhibitor off this, but with Echo and Orianna both coming up right now, they might not be able to get that, though. They do have a lot of damage there on that Jhin, so he should be pretty good here.
Oh, Lee Sinners. Lee Sinners makes me smell with these parallel convergences because I know he will just go in, even if it doesn't look like a good idea. Right now, a perfect example of that. He gets locked up, and it didn't look good. But Perky the Parrot right now able to survive all of that dive, and Holy Spartan trying to follow it up. Jhin not going to be the best at dealing with Ornn, but he just sidesteps and goes straight for a quality player. PhD in midline can definitely deal with Holy Spartan right now. The true damage is going to be enough, and the Ornn should go down right here. Bush is zoned off.
These are some pretty big death timers.
This might be the game here. Yeah, the death timers, like you say, are quite long. We're making the final push in here as Demos goes for the kill and does manage to get the knockup onto Ash. Goes down, gets the passive popped. But the passive being popped is the last of your concerns right here. He even manages to live through the Morgana. Lee Sinners wants to do what he can, and he's been trying to this whole game, but he gets locked up one more time. PhD in mid lane, free firing, and so is Perky the Parrot. The Nexus will fall, and Plumbers Union will sweep the playoffs and take the finals.
Oh, you'd love to see it over here. Plumbers Union, they had a really good game one. Games 2 and 3, they did not look very clean, I gotta say. They lost to what looked like a better team comp, but here they are, game 5, using a lot of the picks there that they managed to come back there in game 4, as well as the Vel'Koz that we saw right there. These guys looked insane here in game 5. 27-minute games, not a very short run by any chance, but still very, very short by Open Dominate standards. Really, really great stuff by these guys.
And that was so crazy. I mean, Danielson, my mental can barely last 5 games. These guys, they won the first game, threw the second one, lost the third one. At that point, you're losing hope, but they pull it back in the last 2 games with incredible performances, going back to exactly what they know. The Zach, a huge part of it, and at no point did I see any member of the team get tilted, decide to just run it down. It was everybody performing in their games. Yes, we saw the Zed, and I don't want to forget about that, but even so, you're playing the way that Zed wants to play. It's just not a good pick there.
I completely agree. The Zed was rough, but what wasn't rough was how these guys played here in games 4 and 5. These guys were looking so good, and in my opinion, no small part thanks to PhD in mid lane and Esports Demos. If I had to assign 2 MVPs for this match, it would be this mid jungle duo. Sure, we saw a lot of really great pike plays here from 4,000 IQ, Bush to 911. But he was playing support top players. We don't look too kindly upon ranged top laners playing. Get that Lulu out of here. But hey, mid jungle, I like saying. What do you think about that, man?
I cannot be more on the same page as you. I was all about the jungle going into this, but some of those plays just really turned it around for me, man. PhD and mid lane looked so good, and the Vel'Koz. Oh my god, I'm sorry, I'm too emotional right now, Danielson. I can't even fully engage with analysis because I'm just so happy. Like this is such a crazy series. Oh my god.
I completely agree. I completely agree. These guys played out of their heart, and they definitely deserve to win the Open Dominate Finals here at Risen Esports. And if I believe so, we will be going to a interview here in just a second. Is that correct?
Yeah, we should be getting an interview right now. It would be perfect if they were to join up, as we are getting the questions here.
Hey.
It's Damos, what's up? Oh, okay, he's muted. He's muted. Hold on. We're getting
Oh, we
perms.
need
Don't
perms.
worry.
We need
Yeah.
perms.
Oh no, perms.
I
We
think
got
I'm
that.
good.
Demos, you there?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
good.
Hey, what's happening, man?
Not too
perfect.
much. I'm just popping off with the boys.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You
Thank
played
you.
awesome, my man, dude. Seeing that Zach pulled out game 4 and 5, that was absolutely insane right there. As well as some of that echo play we saw from you earlier. What was up with that?
I play a lot of Echo and solo queue, or at least I used to, so it's pretty much been banned every series. So it was basically an ego pick.
Hell yeah. Love to see it. Love to see it. Which one would you prefer? What was your reaction when you saw that echo being picked away from you in game 2 or 3? Did you say, oh, I can't believe they're doing this to me? Or was it kind of expected?
It was kind of expected. We did some scouting beforehand. It's one of his top champions, so we think we were pretty ready for it in the draft after the first time, obviously.
Okay.
I've got a butt in here as well. What was happening in game 2? That was my question. My bet was that it was a little bit of a confidence draft, but I want to know, was that something that you guys had prepped, or were you just feeling really good after game 1?
I'd say it's something we prepped pretty heavily. We didn't really get a chance to scrim too much just because of schedules, but we kind of had an idea of what we were doing coming in.
Ooh, okay. Ooh, and we got our mid laner joining us here too. Man, we heard from the jungle. Now let's hear from the mid laner. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you guys?
We're pretty good over here. We're pretty good.
I'm
Dia,
hyped as
you want to
fuck.
ask the first question?
I'm so hyped, guys. That was a crazy series because I watched you guys in semis last week, and then coming into this week, I had so much hope, and I was like, "Oh no, they're going to get up against the big boys." I want to ask, like, coming out of regular season, what did you change going into playoffs that let you sweep the playoffs? Like that was crazy.
Honestly, we just brought the mentality. We were like, hell yeah, let's get to playoffs. And then we were in playoffs. And next thing it's like, well, shit, now what? All right, look, we're in it to win it, boys. Let's go. And turn it on.
I like it. I like
yeah.
it. I want to hear from each of you individually. What do you think is the pick for your team that brings the game together? Does that make sense? Like if you had to pick a pick, maybe it's Jin in the bot side, maybe it's Shen
Maybe
in the
it's
top
Zed in the
side.
mid
I don't
lane.
know what it is. I want to know what is the pick for you guys that you feel most comfortable playing around on your team?
I also go first. I would say, like, not to toot my own horn or anything, but the Zach, it just allows us to play the lanes we like to and just engage team fights on a whim.
Oh yeah, love it.
PhD?
I think, honestly, I completely disagree and say it was the Zet. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'd have to agree with I feel like the Vel'Koz is good and everything, but I think the Zach definitely just being played by that wonderful jungler of mine.
Bro, getting that
very
solo
strong pick.
kill in the jungle against the Echo, that was Zach has just so much damage, honestly. Yeah.
He's really...
All right. I do want to ask you about some of those picks though. Like, again, I'm not flaming or anything, but like game 1, going from the Vel'Koz and changing it up though to the Zed and then the Yoni. Like, honestly, game 2, was that intended as like kind of a little bit of like a disrespect? Like, man, I beat this guy with the Vel'Koz. I can beat it with anything. Let's bring out the Zed, baby. What were you thinking into some of those picks? Because they are completely different play style than what we did see in some of the games you won.
So the Zed may seem like an absolute troll pick, but in reality, we scrimmed it a pretty decent amount, and it worked with like pretty good success. I think I definitely trolled the game. That's 100% I inted, but like it wasn't anything out of the blue for our team. that was like, the Z angle. We saw it, so we took it, and we lost.
Yeah, that's understandable. That's understandable right there. I mean, you looked actually pretty good on that Yoni there in game 2. If you were able to, I don't know, just angle the ultimate a little bit better, then I think like some of
Yeah.
those team fights would have been insanely different. You know what I mean?
I absolutely do. I felt bad that last team fight. I feel like I played so well that whole game, and then into the last team
Yeah.
fight with the ult.
And they just ended off of that last one. They didn't even have the mid lane inhibitor just yet. That was
Yeah.
insane. All right,
Maybe,
all right. Dia, you
maybe a
got
little,
some questions?
yeah, I got one or two. Maybe a little bit of a non-traditional question. But what is something that you guys thought that PBM did really well this series? Because we took it all the way to 5
Ooh.
games, and it did look like it was a close series, at least in our eyes, especially in the game 3 that we had just alluded to. What's something that gave you a little bit of a hard time that they were able to pull out?
I would definitely say that their team play was really strong. There was a lot of fights where we just felt like they had the better advantage in setup and prep, and we were just completely cut off. Especially like game 2 and 3, I would say.
Yeah, say especially when they were picking that Nautilus earlier. I feel like in the team fights, especially, the amount of work he was putting on was absolutely insane. What do you think, man?
I agree with that. I think they played very well as a team. It's what my boy Demo said. Their setup around objectives was insane. And then on the other side, being the mid laner, being camped, what felt like every game,
Oh,
that
yeah.
felt pretty
Oh.
rough. So I'd have to give it to their mid and jungle too for playing together so well.
Yeah, they looked really good. It ended up being a game very much around the mid jungle synergy, especially I don't know. I got a bunch to say about it, but I don't want to hype up the losing team too much because we're here to celebrate you guys, and of course everybody played very well, and I was very happy to see the series, and I kind of want to close out on the note of giving the stage a little bit to you guys. If you have anybody that you want to thank, any shout outs or any teasers for where we might see you next, or you like if we get to see this same team come back together.
I'm not sure if we have any plans of doing anything after this. We haven't really talked about it. But for shoutouts, I'd like to shout out the admin team for always cheering me on, getting me hype, and of course Earl King for helping us get here to the finals in the first place last week.
I couldn't agree more. The man behind the scenes, the legend himself, Earl King, keeping the morale high with the friendly chats once in a while in the Discord, really coming through strong with those.
I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear that we had the support for you guys going in here, and I was really happy, like I said, to see these games here. Any last thoughts, Danielson?
No, that's it for me. I just had one last question. We're over here, we're assigning this. Do you guys think you guys deserve the MVPs for this one? Because there was a little bit of argument. I was saying I really liked some of the bot lane play that we saw right there. But do you guys think you were the ones that were able to carry it through?
Team effort.
All right. I like
diplomatic. I respect it. Yeah.
Except for that Silas game.
And whenever Silas before the game changes, I'll be That's gonna do it for us at the interview. Thanks so much, guys, for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And I'm going to pass this on to the rest of you in the audience as well. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Risen Open Dominate Finals, where we had the pleasure of seeing Plumbers Union sweep it all the way through and to a clean victory. A reminder, of course, that if you like us here at Risen, if you enjoyed what you saw tonight, we got it going on all the time. Hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, follow us on Twitter because we have updates coming at you all the time. And hard-hitting games like this, Danielson, hard-hitting games. We'll see you around, I guess, is the point here. Any last thoughts for the audience?
That's it for me. I gotta say, definitely follow all those cool social media stuffs right there. And I hope to see you back here for our next cast. Wouldn't you say, Dia?
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to working with you again. Thank you so much, Caddy, for running production. And of course, thank you so much to all of you who watched tonight. We'll catch you next time that Risen rolls around. We'll see you then.